LL of a sudden, 4 Transcendent Realm Masters had been killed. Not only was this a great loss in terms of the Central Capital's combat strength, it was also a devastating blow to their morale. However, what made the 8 great families' patriarchs even more frustrated was that they were unable to understand what Yang Kai's intentions were. 17 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. Meng Shiping's lips quivered slightly as he stared at the luxurious lineup around Yang Kai. 13 Blood Warriors, Old Demon, Ling Tai Su, Li Yuanchun, and Lu Si. A grand total of 17 cultivators who had reached the above Immortal Ascension boundary. This huge number made all of the 8 great families blush in shame. Their families had each worked tirelessly for centuries in order to produce 4 or 5 such masters. When compared to Yang Kai's mansion, they were no different from mortals stuck on the ground gazing up at the heavens. How had the strength of these people suddenly increased so much? None of them could understand. Ingzhou, follow me. Everyone else can act on their own. Yang Kai gave a succinct command and then charged into the chaotic and bloody battlefield with Ingzhou in tow. The remaining 16 Transcendent Masters flew into the ash-gray cloud evil land forces without saying a word. The 8 great families' allied cultivators, after hesitating for a moment, also followed Yang Kai's forces and began encircling the ash-gray cloud evil land cultivators. Order our forces to retreat. Yang Bai suddenly appeared and calmly ordered the 5 great evil kings. The expressions of these 5 weren't much better than the ones on the 8 great families' patriarchs' faces. After seeing the number and strength of Yang Kai's cultivators, the 5 evil kings also felt that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. For so long, they had been in a deadlock with the 8 great families. But now, with the sudden emergence of this huge variable, their stalemate would no doubt be broken. Whichever side could win Yang Kai's support would be able to dominate the other. The only comfort the 5 great evil kings had was that Yang Kai had not only killed the people from their ash-gray cloud evil land, but also a number of masters from the central capital. For now, it seemed like he had no intention of joining either side. Whoever challenged him, he would kill. After hearing Yang Bai's order, the 5 evil kings didn't hesitate to recall their forces. A dull horn sounded across the battlefield. Receiving this signal, the ash-gray cloud evil land forces began withdrawing and gradually disappeared back into their own camp. Yang Kai's cultivators and forces of the 8 great families pursued for a short time but didn't dare to launch a comprehensive assault on the enemy camp, soon also returning to their encampments. Since the arrival of Yang Kai's mansion, only about as much time as it would take to boil a cup of tea had passed, yet the battle had already ended. Both of the original sides had large numbers of dead and wounded, while on the other hand, Yang Kai's allies had not suffered a single loss. At most, some of them had received some minor injuries. All of them smiled broadly as they stood around outside Yang Kai's mansion. Yang Kai himself took a quick lap around the battlefield, absorbed all the residual spiritual energy of the fallen Immortal Ascension boundary masters he could, and then returned to the house along with Ingzhou. After entering the mansion, Yang Kai directly entered secluded cultivation to purify and refine his gains, not even bothering to greet the 8 great families. Such wanton arrogance, blatant disregarding the 8 great families, caused the 8 patriarchs' expressions to dim greatly. Brother Yang, isn't this little brat from your Yang family a bit too arrogant? After all of their troops had withdrawn, Kong Rui looked over at Yang Yinghao and asked in annoyance. He has the capital to act so, Yang Yinghao replied indifferently. But he is still a junior from your Yang family. Can't you use your status as patriarch to rein him in? Bullshit. After everything that's happened, do you think he will give a damn about my Yang family? Yang Yinghao coldly snorted. Ha! It seems we miscalculated, Meng Shiping sighed. We should not have targeted him back then, trying to force him to give up his secrets. If we had acted more discreetly, what point is there in bringing up the past now? Yi Kuangren cut in, glaring towards Meng Shiping coldly as he firmly stated. Right now the situation is clear. If we can gain Yang Kai's support, within half a month we can rout the ash-gray cloud evil land. Conversely, if the ash-gray cloud evil land manages to recruit him, then the only fate of the central capital will be destruction. But he just killed 4 above immortal Ascension masters from the Nan family, Xiang family, Huang family, and Radiant Palace. How are we going to handle this? Gao Mo frowned and asked. This is not a trivial matter. Those 4 were some of the few who came here in response to our 8 great families' conscription command. If we don't handle this well, it would only cause a chilling effect on all the other great Han Dynasty forces. Everyone suddenly fell into silence and realized how difficult the situation was. Logically, Yang Kai killing these 4 people was not something the 8 great families could forgive, and even if they were to, they must give the rest of the great Han Dynasty's forces a justifiable reason for doing so. But if by condemning his actions, they annoyed Yang Kai, the consequences were not something they could afford to bear. What kind of person is this kid anyways? Hu Zheng asked with a slightly pensive expression. How did he become who he is today? Listening to this question, 7 pairs of eyes turned and stared towards Yang Yinghao. Yang Yinghao unfortunately could only shrug and replying faintly, Don't look at me. I don't know much about him. All I can tell you is that his temperament is incredibly firm. During the brief time he was in the Yang family, he would absolutely never be willing to suffer a loss. Summon his parents and ask them. They should know more than us. Kang Rui suddenly proposed. Not a bad idea. Even if this little brat is ruthless and refuses to compromise with our 8 great families, he should still care about his parents, right? Yang Yinghao's brow furrowed deeply for a moment before nodding. Very well. I'll send for them. But remember, none of you may act against them. Naturally. Brother Yang need not worry. 7 people nodded at once. At this moment, who among them would dare to offend Yang Kai? During this war, the Yang family 4th master and his wife had always remained inside the Yang family compound and had never been sent to the front lines by Yang Yinghao's special arrangement. Although Yang Yingfeng had requested combat assignments several times, the answer had always been no. This was all Yang Yinghao could offer Yang Kai in compensation for their previous grievances. Soon after, the Yang family 4th master couple arrived. Yang Yingfeng cupped his fists and curiously asked, Patriarch, for what reason have you summoned my wife and I at this time? He and Dong Suzhu didn't know that Yang Kai had arrived in the central capital today and just now settled a big fight between the 2 warring factions, so naturally Yang Yingfeng had doubts about why Yang Yinghao would suddenly send for them. Nothing important. Yang Yinghao lightly coughed and said, It's just that I and the other patriarchs want to understand the personality and character of Yang Kai a bit more. Kaier. Yang Yingfeng's brow wrinkled, the confusion on his face only deepening. Has something happened to Kaier? Dong Suzhu suddenly became nervous and hurriedly asked. Yang Yinghao quickly shook his head. Yang Kai is safe. Sister-in-law doesn't need to worry. What's happened then? Why do you suddenly want to know about my Kaier? Dong Suzhu became vigilant, her pair of sharp eyes quickly glancing around only to discover that these patriarchs, who normally acted arrogant and aloof, were all staring towards their husband and wife pair cautiously, some of them even wearing half-flattering smiles. Such a sight was something she had never encountered before, causing Dong Suzhu a great deal of puzzlement. Yang Yinghao smiled helplessly and could only briefly explain about what had happened just now. That disobedient son? The Yang family 4th master angrily spat. Since he came back to the central capital, why hasn't he come back to the family yet? Is he still holding a grudge against the 8 great families for acting unfairly towards him? The 8 patriarchs all immediately wore incomparably ugly expressions. Although Yang Yingfeng seemed to be blaming Yang Kai for his actions, all of them clearly understood he was actually venting dissatisfactions for his son. If the 8 great families hadn't acted unfairly towards him before, he would still be a member of the Yang family. How could he have chosen to stand apart from them? Patriarch, forgive me. That rascal son of mine is young and impulsive and has made a great mistake. The next time I see him, I will definitely reprimand him sternly on everyone's behalf. That's not necessary, Kang Rui said in a fluster. If Yang Kai became indignant after being scolded by the Yang family 4th master and decided to take out his anger on the 8 great families, the situation would become dire. We just want to know more about Yang Kai today as the ones who raised him. Surely you understand him better than anyone else. Yes? About this, The Yang family fourth master hesitated. Although it embarrasses me to say so, I've had very little communication with my son, so I don't know too much about him. I do. Dong Suju raised her hand and shouted. Everyone turned their attention to her immediately, a look of anticipation appearing on their faces. Dong Suju thus began to ramble on about many trivial events from when Yang Kai was a child, causing the 8 patriarchs' expression to become more and more awkward as time passed. After an hour or so of Dong Suju's storytelling, the 8 people had not heard any useful information but had on the other hand become well-versed in Yang Kai's childhood antics. Good. Just as Dong Suju was about to launch into another tale from Yang Kai's past, Yang Ying quickly interrupted her. We have an idea now. Dong Suju giggled lightly and continued. My son is not a bad child. From an early age I taught him that those who respect me 1 step, I respect 10 steps, and those who wrong me once. Hee. I beat 3 times. The 8 patriarchs all suddenly wore dignified looks as they stared at the seemingly young, innocent, and naive Dong Suju. Dong Suju, on the other hand, stared back at them fearlessly, a big smile upon her face. Meanwhile, the Yang family fourth master, like statue, stood silently beside his wife. We understand. Kang Rui nodded gently and seriously. Since all of you understand, then we husband and wife will take our leave. The Yang family fourth master asked to be excused and left with Dong Suju. After the Yang family fourth master and his wife left, the 8 patriarchs' expression became stern, realizing that the fourth madam, who always seemed to behave like a young girl, was not a simple character. Yang Kai's current behavior, attitude, and temperament were likely a result of her many years of guidance. Those who respect me 1 step, I respect 10 steps, was it? Everyone fell into contemplation. Yang Kai's house. After this large-scale absorption and purification by the solitary golden eye, Yang Kai entered secluded retreat for 2 days and finally broke through to the immortal ascension boundary 5th stage, completely closing the gap in cultivation between him and Su Yan. Reaching this realm, Yang Kai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Since he had met Su Yan, her strength had always been superior to his own. As her man, Yang Kai naturally wanted to surpass her. This was not out of a sense of competition nor a sense of manly pride. Yang Kai simply understood better than anyone how limitless Su Yan's potential was, and if he were to relax for a moment, the gap between them would only grow wider and wider. After exiting his retreat, Yang Kai once again led the various masters in his house against the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land forces. But having eaten such a big loss, the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land was no longer caught off guard. So Yang Kai's attack did not cause them any significant damage, only losing several immortal ascension masters and a few monster beasts. The harvest this time was minimal. Yang Kai wasn't worried though. From the beginning he had only considered the benefits he gained from the solitary golden eyes as an auxiliary to his own cultivation. If he truly wanted to become stronger, he could only rely on his own perseverance and dedicated cultivation. The reason he launched frequent attacks was 1. To obtain spiritual energy from cutting down enemy immortal ascension boundary masters, and 2. To hone himself through live combat. 1 month later, under Yang Kai's repeated assaults, the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land suffered several dozen casualties, and at the command of Demon Lord Yang Bai had pulled back their forces and no longer took the initiative to attack. With Yang Kai's mansion suppressing the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land forces this past month, the 8 great families gained a short respite, but although they occasionally cooperated with Yang Kai to harass the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land, they never made any large-scale deployments because they still couldn't determine what Yang Kai's true intentions were. The situation in the central capital had essentially become a 3-way struggle between Yang Kai's mansion, the 8 great families, and the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land. The relationships between these 3 factions were ambiguous and complicated. The 8 great families and the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land were naturally bitter enemies, while Yang Kai's mansion, which was sandwiched between them, would often attack the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land but would also not give any face to the 8 great families. When people from the 8 great families offended Yang Kai's forces, the latter would often hit back with an extremely heavy hand. Fortunately, the patriarchs of the 8 great families had issued orders to all the elites from their and their allies' families not to provoke Yang Kai's forces. Even if some kind of conflict of interest on the battlefield, They were to grit their teeth and endure. At this critical time, the 8 great families didn't want to cause any friction with Xianxia. As a result, all the spoils of war left on the battlefield were swept away by Xianxia's forces. All the pills and artifacts of the dead ash-gray cloud evil land cultivators were collected by Xianxia's allies, leaving not even crumbs for the 8 great families or their allies. The prestige of Xianxia's mansion exploded and quickly spread out. After 1 month, a large number of cultivators had assembled outside Xianxia's house, and after Qiu Yimeng noticed and made some preliminary investigations, she immediately found Xianxia. What is it? A lot of people have set up camp outside the mansion. Who? Xianxia's brow wrinkled, his expression slightly disgruntled, wondering who was looking for trouble with him now. People who want to hire themselves to you. Hire themselves to me? Xianxia was stunned, quickly letting out a chuckle. This isn't the inheritance war. Qiu Yimeng rolled her eyes and continued. The ones outside are all first-class forces who received the 8 great families' conscription command and came to the central capital. Since the 8 great families were the ones that summoned them, why come looking for me? Xianxia said with a confused look. Don't play dumb. Qiu Yimeng snorted. It's because this place is safer. Before we came, there were already some first-class forces that came to the central capital to render aid. But those forces have all suffered serious casualties and have all but been wiped out. With multiple examples of the core members of their sects and families dying or receiving serious injuries, how could the recent arrivals dare to count on the 8 great families to shelter them? So they've come to me instead? Xianxia's expression became strange once more. N. Qiu Yimeng nodded lightly. And there's even a successful example in the mansion already. You mean the Lu family? Xianxia instantly understood. And the Lu family also came to the central capital a while ago, but actually joined up with you instead of the 8 great families. During this time, the Lu family has not suffered any fatalities, and have instead killed many of the ash-gray cloud evil land cultivators. Qiu Yimeng snickered cunningly. You've created a precedent and now everyone wants to take advantage of it. How do you plan on handling it? This? Xianxia's brow wrinkled. He had allowed the Lu family to join him because he had some slight friendship with Lu Si, and Lu family's elites also knew how to show proper decorum. If other forces who came to the central capital wanted to attach themselves to his mansion, forget about there simply not being enough space to fit them all. Even if he could house all of them, with so many people suddenly gathering together, conflicts and contradictions were bound to arise. After thinking it over for a while though, Xianxia suddenly grinned. Since they've come to hire themselves to me, let them all come in. Qiu Yimeng was dumbstruck for a moment. According to what she knew of Xianxia's character, he would normally have driven all of these people away, so this response had greatly deviated from her expectations. Wrinkling her brow and thinking it over though, Qiu Yimeng quickly grinned and nodded. Your appetite is really big. This is an opportunity, Xianxia sneered. The central capital 8 great families should bring in new blood. Qiu Yimeng's eyes flashed brilliantly, secretly anticipating such an outcome and quickly leaving the house to make the appropriate arrangements. Over on the 8 great families' side, looking from far away at the crowd gathered in front of Xianxia's house, everyone's expression was quite ugly. These forces had all come to the central capital in response to the 8 great families' conscription command. But now they were not willing to join forces with the 8 great families but instead wanted to hire themselves to Xianxia. The patriarchs of the 8 great families couldn't help feeling like the meal they had prepared for themselves had been snatched by someone else. The times have changed. Kong Rui sighed slightly, seemingly picturing the future that would soon arrive. The rejection and distrust of the 8 great families by the rest of the Great Han Dynasty's forces in stark contrast to Xianxia's mansion was on full display. Once this trend reached a certain tipping point, the prestige of the 8 great families would thoroughly be destroyed and they would be supplanted by Xianxia's mansion. Once this crisis had passed, whose hands would the central capital fall into? Your Yang family has produced a terrifying character. The other 7 patriarchs stared at Yang Yinghao with looks of envy. Yang Yinghao's mouth twitched slightly as he left out a sigh. I can only hope he still gives some regard to his bloodline. Meanwhile, Xianxia's house became extremely busy. All the forces that came to hire themselves to him were allowed into the heavenly palace. Once inside this barrier, no matter who it was, they couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief, seemingly feeling like they have finally found something to rely on to guarantee their safety. After carefully scrutinizing the power of Yang Kai's original forces, all of these forces became honest and law-abiding. In the face of Qiu Yimeng's commands and arrangements, no one dared to disagree. Once these people spilled in, Yang Kai's originally not spacious mansion became even more crowded. These new forces were basically arranged into a single courtyard each. These residences had only enough room for people to find a spot to sit and meditate. There wasn't even enough space for people to have separate rooms and beds. However, no one uttered a single complaint. Simply being able to take shelter in Yang Kai's house made them very satisfied. More and more forces asked to join Yang Kai's mansion every day, and Yang Kai would unconditionally accept them. These forces had all voluntarily come here to fight against the ash-gray cloud evil land. So even though the 8 great families were annoyed in their hearts, they made no attempt to interfere with them. As time passed, Yang Kai's mansion gradually calmed down. By now, the house had become entirely saturated with more than 2,000 masters now residing inside. Besides the original 17 transcendents Yang Kai possessed, an additional 10 had joined, each one of these powerhouses from a different first-class force. The rate at which Yang Kai's mansion's strength grew was too sensational, and forced the 8 great families and the ash-gray cloud evil land to no longer be able to sit still. As night descended, 2 groups of people arrived in front of Yang Kai's house, both of them just happening to bump into one another outside the main entrance. On the left were 2 women, one of them a peerless, enchanting beauty, the other a fresh young spirit, the beguiling demon queen, Shanqing Luo, and her handmaid, Bai Luo. On the other side were 8 men, the current patriarchs of the 8 great families. Upon meeting each other here, Yi Kuangren roared angrily, "Beguiling demon queen!" As he spoke, Tru Qi surged up, apparently intending to start something here. The other 7 patriarchs also stared at Shanqing Luo with malevolent expressions. Shanqing Luo hurriedly retreated a few steps, secretly condensing her Tru Qi, her heart quite anxious. She had not expected that these 8 would, like her, quietly conceal their auras and come here, leading to their sudden encounter. "Demon woman, what are you doing here?" Kong Rue interrogated sharply. Shanqing Luo didn't say a word, only staring back at these 8 people vigilantly. "No need for any rubbish. Since she's delivered herself to us, we should just kill her." Gao Mo coldly snorted. Everyone firmly nodded and were about to take action when a person walked out from Yang Kai's house and said, "Everyone, please come in." Yang Kai said that everyone here is a guest, and he hopes you won't stir up any disturbances outside his house. Hearing the sound of this voice, the patriarchs of the 8 great families suddenly showed weird expressions, while Qiu Shouchang turned his eyes towards the messenger who emerged from Yang Kai house and shouted, "Menger, father!" Qiu Yimeng smiled warmly and politely bowed to Qiu Shouchang before elegantly continuing, "All of you should be here to discuss with Yang Kai. He's already waiting for you in the main hall. Please come in." As she said so, she took a step back and opened the way. "Humph!" Yi Kuangren snorted as he glared towards Shanqing Luo icily. "This time we'll let you off. Just make sure we never see you again." Leaving this threat behind, he quickly stepped forward towards the house. An opening in the heavenly palace's barrier appeared, allowing the 8 people to come in. When these 8 had entered, Qiu Yimeng turned to Shanqing Luo and smiled. "Elder sister should also come inside." "Did Yang Kai know that I would come as well?" Shanqing Luo asked with a forced smile. "I don't know. He only said that there were guests outside and told me to greet them. I didn't expect that it would be these kinds of guests." Qiu Yimeng silently cursed. If she knew that it was the patriarchs of the 8 great families who had come, she would have stubbornly refused to act as their greeting party. After all, her father was among them. "That little bastard. He's always trying to act mysterious." Shanqing Luo giggled. Qiu Yimeng suddenly stared towards Shanqing Luo in a daze, a strange brilliance flashing across her beautiful eyes. Seeing this, Shanqing Luo hurriedly adjusted her expression, quickly withdrawing her aura. like she had just awoke from a dream. Qiu Yimeng's eyes regained their focus, a sense of terror welling up in her heart. It was obvious that the beguiling demon queen's charm was even effective against other women. Inside the main hall, the 8 patriarchs had taken their seats when Shanqing Luo calmly walked in and sat across from them. Although she knew the 8 patriarchs had malicious intentions towards her, she knew that while she was here, Yang Kai wouldn't allow any harm to come to her. On top of that, at this moment, the 8 patriarchs didn't have any time to find trouble with Shanqing Luo, as all of them were focused on Yang Kai, who was sitting at the head of the table. The atmosphere in the room was quiet and subtle but complex. All of them were confused about how to handle this discussion. This Yang family direct descendant, who was a whole generation below them, had actually reached to the point where he was qualified to speak on equal terms with them. The speed of his growth was nothing less than astonishing, using only a single year in order to reach his current height. Those in the same generation were incapable of keeping up with him, and instead could only look up to him in awe. It was quite likely none of them would be able to catch up to him for the rest of their lives. Even Lu Qingyao, once known as the Central Capital's first young lord, wasn't worthy of being discussed in the same sentence as him. All 8 of these old men felt a deep sense of shock and amazement confronting him. When the maidservants of the house offered them tea, the 8 patriarchs all drank it, but not a single one of them could taste anything. There was only a sharp bitterness spreading across their tongues. After drinking a cup of bitter tea, the patriarchs from the 8 great families gradually lost their patience. When all was said and done, they were still the respective heads of the Central Capital's super forces. Whether it was in terms of status or their own cultivation, they were far from average people. They were used to acting aloof and arrogant, but after arriving at Yang Kai's house, they were forced to behave cautiously. Naturally, they felt some dissatisfaction and anger. In particular, the calm and confident expression on Yang Kai's face at the moment appeared particularly smug in their eyes. Sitting at the head of the table, he didn't utter a single word, seemingly waiting for them to speak to him first. Unable to stand it any longer, Gao Mo suddenly stood up and shouted, "Little nephew, we patriarchs have come here to discuss important matters with you as representatives of the 8 great families. But you've actually allowed this enchantress to sit here as well? What do you mean by this?" Enchantress. Shanqing Luo's eyes flashed a trace of cold light, suddenly wearing an icy smile. Patriarch Gao should be careful with his words. I may not be able to contain myself after being insulted so. Humph, once an enchantress, always an enchantress. If it weren't for us giving little nephew Yang face today, we old masters would immediately take your pitiful life. You should gratefully accept our benevolence and leave quickly. Or do you plan on forcing this old master to take action here? Gao Rangfeng had died at the hands of the Poison King and Ghost King, so the contradictions between Gao Mo and the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land's great evil kings was naturally irreconcilable. In my mansion, no one may take action against anyone else without my permission, Yang Kai coldly snorted, snapping his fingers. In the next moment, the faces of all of the 8 great families' patriarchs changed greatly. They felt as if a mysterious energy had suddenly appeared around them and suppressed their ability to use their true qi. Thoroughly amazed, all of them quickly stared at Yang Kai in terror. They couldn't understand just what method Yang Kai had used to completely restrain their above Immortal Ascension boundary cultivations. It was simply too frightful. Yang Kai remained indifferent, only meaning to give them a small warning, soon after signaling Meng Wuya to release their imprisonment. Inside this heavenly palace, Meng Wuya was able to control everything. Even if it was a transcendent realm master who entered this place, their life or death would be firmly grasped by Meng Wuya. Because of this, he had wanted to draw the tyrannical Force King into the heavenly palace and kill him. Unfortunately, the Lightning Flash Shadow King had swiftly rescued the latter, causing Treasurer Meng's plan to fall short. Anger welling up in his heart, Gao Mo stared at Yang Kai stubbornly, but knowing now was not the time to lose his temper, he somehow held down his rage and asked with an ugly expression, "Little nephew, you are still a member of the Yang family, are you not? Could it be you want to side with the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land now?" The other 7 patriarchs all wore dignified faces as they stared towards Yang Kai. Colluding with devils and demons, cultivating a demonic secret art, attempting to overthrow the rule of the central capital. Yang Kai casually spoke, listing off one charge after another. These are the one-sided statements of the 8 great families. Now you're one-sidedly asking if I want to stand on the side of the ash-gray cloud evil land? My good uncle, do I have any option to refute? Yang Kai glanced around coldly at the 8 old men. The 8 patriarchs immediately made awkward expressions, their faces feeling somewhat hot with shame. At that time, their 8 great families had used every method possibly to smear Yang Kai's name while he was unable to resist. But now he had the qualification to sit on the same level as the 8 great families. In fact, the power he held in his hand right now was more than capable of sweeping away any one of the 8 great families. Yang Kai's cold tone as he spoke to them sent chills up their spines. However, there is one point among the rumors that is not wrong. I have indeed colluded with people from the ash-gray cloud evil land before. The 8 patriarchs immediately went pale as they stared at Yang Kai in horror. Yang Kai pointed at the beguiling demon queen and grinned. Shanqing Luo and I are old acquaintances. When I found myself thrown into the ash-gray cloud evil land and encountered misfortune, I received much care from her. Every graciousness must be repaid with gratitude, and every grudge must be settled with revenge. Therefore, if anyone tries to act disadvantageously to her, don't blame me for not giving them face. Hearing these words, the demon queen's face filled with happiness, a sense of pride rising in her heart. The man she had chosen, even in the face of pressure from the patriarchs of the 8 great families, had refused to back down when it came to protecting her, forcing the latter to not dare show the slightest resistance. Shanqing Luo secretly thought about all of this to herself as her beautiful eyes blurred slightly. Such events are only little nephews and this ench. The beguiling demon queen's personal relationships and can't be considered as colluding with the devils and demons. Public and private matters are separate issues. We all understand that much. Kang Rui quickly said, taking the initiative to defend Yang Kai. Yang Yinghao sighed gently and continued, Yang Kai, 6 months ago, my Yang family and the central capital's 8 great families were unfair to you, and for that I apologize. Regarding these past events, after we weather these difficult times, my 8 great families will offer you appropriate compensation and meet any demands you have. Great uncle? Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before solemnly replying, let's not mention the events from half a year ago. I don't care about that any longer. If I want something, I will take it for myself. There's no need for the 8 great families to offer me any kind of compensation. Yang Yinghao paused and then nodded lightly, knowing that by him saying this, Yang Kai was indicating that he had thoroughly lost faith in the 8 great families, but simultaneously really didn't care about what had happened half a year ago. After all, the people who had openly acted against him back then were all basically dead. What do all of my good uncles want to discuss with me today? Yang Kai asked, getting down to business. The 8 old men adjusted their expression and Yang Yinghao lightly coughed. It's not anything urgent. Since the beguiling demon queen is also here today, she obviously has some matters to discuss with you as well. Why don't you discuss with her first? Yang Kai smiled lightly, not forcing the issue. He knew that they were all feeling uneasy about why Shanqing Luo had appeared here and wanted to hear what she had to say first before they acted. Turning his head to look at Shanqing Luo, the latter smiled and made to effort to conceal her intentions from the 8 patriarchs, bluntly saying, Yang Kai, I came here today at the command of the demon lord to win you over. The looks of Yang Yinghao and the other patriarchs' faces quickly became sullen. Although they had their speculations, after hearing Shanqing Luo really come out and say it, they were still worried, all of them perking up their ears and listening carefully. Sir Demon Lord hoped you can join forces with him to destroy the 8 great families and control the world. Shanqing Luo spoke freely and easily, seemingly not putting the 8 patriarchs across from her in her eyes. Yang Kai raised his brow and showed a look of interest. What are the benefits? After this war, this world will belong to you. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a bit stunned. What does the Demon Lord want? His only goal is to wipe out the 8 great families. Shanqing Luo replied with a slight frown, her tone somewhat forced. Obviously, she didn't believe that Yang Bai had brought so many masters to invade the central capital simply to slaughter. If he didn't obtain any benefits from this action, would he have bothered doing it at all? Sir Demon Lord also said. Shan Qing Luo's cheeks suddenly filled with an intoxicating blush as she glanced towards Yang Kai. If you can promise him, he can give you the beguiling demon queen first as a thank you gift. Ha ha ha. Yang Kai laughed and stared back at Shan Qing Luo meaningfully. Aren't you already mine? What qualifications does he think he has to offer you to me? I think so too. Shan Qing Luo smiled charmingly and nodded. The patriarchs of the 8 great families all suddenly had weird expressions. Why did it seem like the relationship between Yang Kai and the world-famous beguiling demon queen seemed so intimate? Then are you willing to agree with his request? Shan Qing Luo asked. Of course I'll agree. Such a good thing, why would I not agree? Yang Kai nodded. Yang Ying Hao and the other patriarchs all went pale as they stared at Yang Kai with great vigilance. They hadn't thought that he would be so easily moved by Shan Qing Luo. But just as they were about to speak up, Yang Kai's face suddenly became cold as he said, However, I have a condition. Shan Qing Luo said, You can tell me, but I'm only responsible for delivering the message. And go back and tell your demon lord, I want his head. My Grand Master is very interested in his head. As long as he can deliver it to me, I'm willing to join forces with him. Shan Qing Luo's expression didn't change at all and just nodded gently. Then I'll go back and convey your words to him, but I somehow doubt he'll agree. Saying so, she stood up elegantly and left with Bai Luo as if she was really just here to deliver the demon lord's message, not making any attempt to convince Yang Kai. After she left, the patriarchs of the 8 great families breathed a sigh of relief, now understanding that it was absolutely impossible for Yang Kai to stand together with the demon lord. The demon lord originated from High Heaven Pavilion and was technically Yang Kai's martial uncle, but High Heaven Pavilion's sect master, Ling Tai Su, wanted nothing more than to take demon lord Yang Bai's life. As long as this relationship existed between Yang Kai and Yang Bai, it was impossible for them to become allies. Knowing all this, the 8 old men secretly relaxed a lot. Now then, what matter do my uncles want to discuss with me today? Yang Kai turned to look at the 8 patriarchs. Yang Ying Hao hesitated for a moment before plunging in. We hope that you can return to the Yang family. After all, you are still member of the Yang family. Nowadays, the central capital was split into 3 influences, with Yang Kai's house stuck between the 8 great families and the ash-gray cloud evil land. His attitude ambiguous, so naturally the 8 great families hoped that Yang Kai could move closer to them. This past month, Yang Kai had also received a lot of elites from all over the Great Han Dynasty, including 10 transcendent realm masters. As long he could truly unite with the 8 great families, it would not be difficult for them to repel the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land's invasion. Great uncle, I won't go back. Yang Kai shook his head. Why? The power in my hands gives me the right to speak. But if I go back with you now, would I still be able to talk to you like this? Yang Kai sneered. Once he returned to the Yang family, the forces in his hands would be fully assimilated by the 8 great families. At that time, what kind of waves could Yang Kai stir? My Grand Master wants to take Yang Bai's life, and I intend to help him do so. Rectifying my sect's name is something I must rely on my own strength to do. Uncles, if I return to the Yang family, can you hand over control of the 8 great families to me? If you can do this, then I don't mind returning to the Yang family. Impossible! Gao Mo shouted decisively. At most we can give you some more say and authority. As for the planning and deployment of the war, the final decision must rest with us. In Gao Mo's view, Yang Kai was too young and impulsive. Such impulsiveness would easily cause him to make mistakes. How could he allow the central capital's entire foundation to be just handed over to him? Then there's no need for further discussion. I like being able to act arbitrarily. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, indicating there was no room for negotiation. Do you insist on this? Yang Ying Hao asked. Yang Kai nodded firmly. Yang Ying Hao fell into contemplation and after a moment of silence said, I have to go back and discuss this with the Elder Hall. It's impossible for me to give you command of the 8 great families, But if it's just the Yang family, I can try to meet your conditions. Brother Yang. Gaomo turned and stared at Yang Yinghao like he was a fool, never having imagined he would ever say such a thing. These few words essentially meant that ownership of the Yang family was going to change hands. One can fail to see once or twice, but they cannot be blind their entire life. Yang Kai, what do you say? Yang Yinghao asked meaningfully. What great-uncle said is correct. Yang Kai smiled confidently. After listening to Yang Yinghao's words, the other 7 patriarchs suddenly fell into contemplation. We'll take our leave now, Yang Yinghao said, and he stood up, the other 7 old men similarly getting up, each of them casting an intractable Yang Kai glance towards before collectively shaking their heads and sighing. This brief meeting with Yang Kai had really left them dispirited. Great uncle, Yang Kai suddenly called out, how are my parents? You don't have to worry about 4th brother and your mother. Even if the Yang family is destroyed, I won't let any harm come to them. Yang Kai nodded slightly, his expression relaxing somewhat. Many thanks, great uncle. It's what I should do. Yang Yinghao nodded back. When the 8 patriarchs left the hall, they found Qiu Yimeng and Hu Xingchen waiting for them outside. It was obvious that this young lady and young lord were waiting for them. Greetings, uncles. Qiu Yimeng bowed elegant, displaying etiquette appropriate of her status. On the other hand, Hu Xingchen stood there snickering with his arms crossed, causing an annoyed light to flare up in Hu Zheng's eyes. Throughout the entire central capital, Hu Xingchen was probably the only young lord from a great force who behaved so wantonly. Damn brat! Come with me. Father has something to say to you, Hu Zheng shouted to Hu Xingchen. Hearing this, Hu Xingchen grinned meaningfully and followed Hu Zheng aside. On the other hand, Qiu Shoucheng stared at Qiu Yimeng arduously for a long time before sighing. Menger, your vision is superior to mine. Before the start of the inheritance war, Qiu Yimeng had separated herself from the Qiu family in order to become Yang Kai's ally, while Qiu Shoucheng and Qiu Zirua chose to support the Yang family's 6th young lord, Yang Xin. In the end, it turned out that Qiu Yimeng's choice was the correct one. During the inheritance war, Yang Kai rose from having nothing to dominating above everyone else in short order. In the waning hours of the inheritance war, Qiu Shoucheng had ordered Qiu Yimeng and the Autumn Rain Hall to return to the family and told his daughter to cut off any relationship with Yang Kai she had. But facts proved once more that standing firmly together with Yang Kai was more beneficial than joining forces with the 8 great families. Nowadays, the central capital was suffering from both internal and external problems. Meanwhile, Qiu Yimeng remaining in Yang Kai's mansion and serving as his right arm not only didn't provoke any complaints from Qiu Shoucheng, but instead caused him to secretly rejoice. He felt it was a stroke of good fortune that Qiu Yimeng had steadfastly followed Yang Kai, not even hesitating to disobey her own father's orders to do so. This daughter of his could indeed see farther and more clearly than he could. Qiu Shoucheng couldn't help suddenly feeling somewhat old and tired. Father! Qiu Yimeng's eyes flashed a sparkling light. This was the first time she had heard Qiu Shoucheng praise her so unreservedly. From when she was a child until now, Qiu Shoucheng had never praised her for her excellent performance and had instead focused all his attention on developing Qiu Zirua into the successor of the Qiu family. There were even times when Qiu Yimeng performed too well, causing Qiu Shoucheng to show a pitiful expression, lamenting the fact that she was not a man. Now though, she was hearing such unfiltered praise from Qiu Shoucheng. The bitterness buried deep in Qiu Yimeng's heart was suddenly replaced with feelings of elation. You father is getting old. From now on, I'll have to bother you with taking care of the Qiu family. Qiu Shoucheng sighed softly. Qiu Yimeng's beautiful eyes became moist as she gently bit her lower lip. Father is still young enough. I am not young anymore. Qiu Shoucheng suddenly laughed and turned to look at his fellow patriarchs. They too are no longer young anymore. Kang Rui, Meng Shiping, and the other patriarchs' faces all twitched violently at these words. On the other hand, Hu Zheng and Hu Xingchen both whispered for a while, no one able to hear what the 2 of them were discussing. After a long time, Hu Zheng simply sighed heavily. Old man. Hu Xingchen suddenly put on a serious expression and patted Hu Zheng's shoulders. You should abdicate and enjoy retired life, no longer needing to bother with family politics and running around the battlefield fighting. Then you'll have time and energy to find a few more madams and give me a younger brother. I already have so many sisters. When all of them start getting married, their dowry will become a serious burden on our Hua family. Scoundrel! Huazheng smacked Huaxingchen across his head and yelled, "You dare speak such words to your father?" Huaxingchen rubbed his head and chuckled, obviously not caring about this scolding and continuing. "I'm saying this for your own good. If you continue living on the battlefield, the Hua family will really end up with only me as an heir. You're still young and healthy, so your strength in bed shouldn't be regressing yet. You need to take advantage of the time you have. Do you want me to teach you some tricks?" "Shut your mouth, you damn unfilial son!" Huazheng roared furiously. Huaxingchen suddenly restrained his rascal smile and solemnly said, "Old man, perhaps I'm not suitable to take charge of the Hua family, but I believe that with my friendship with Yang Kai, having me sit in the patriarch's position won't have any disadvantages to the future development of my Hua family." Huazheng looked at him gloomily and coldly snorted. "On your own. There's no way you could have seen through this situation so clearly. Who directed you?" "Qiu Yimeng." Huaxingchen grinned, completely unashamed. "Figures. That little girl is far brighter than the rest of you lot." Huazheng glanced over at Qiu Yimeng and couldn't help feeling depressed. Why was it that among all his many daughters none of them could compare with Qiu Yimeng? That old fox Qiu Shoucheng's daughter was simply too frightening. She had obviously understood the current situation completely and anticipated this outcome. Yang Kai was not willing to work with the Central Capital 8 great families because he didn't want to let go of the power he had worked so hard to grasp. On the other hand, the patriarchs of the 8 great families would naturally not be willing to submit to him. If they were really to turn over all authority to a junior like Yang Kai, wouldn't the 8 great families degenerate into a laughingstock? What's more, their generation of 8 great families' patriarchs had also acted maliciously towards him. However, if the patriarch position was to change hands, everything would be fine, especially if the position was assumed by members of the younger generation, as many of them had interacted with Yang Kai and were used to dealing with him. For example, once the Hua family and Qiu family were inherited by Huaxingchen and Qiu Yimeng respectively, they could justifiably cooperate with Yang Kai. While the other young lords didn't have much friendship with Yang Kai, all of them were members of the younger generation. Their own thoughts would be more straightforward and sincere. If they have any opposing thoughts, they would sit down and talk it through. All of this seemed like nothing more than cosmetic changes, but now it had all but become inevitable. Unless, of course, the 8 great families decided to not seek help from Yang Kai's mansion. The patriarchs of the 8 great families all departed with heavy expressions while Qiu Yimeng and Huaxingchen saw them out of the mansion. Everything was tranquil once more. Ever since Yang Kai's mansion flew across the sky and displayed its extraordinary might, the ash-gray cloud evil land's forces had become quite law-abiding, while the 8 great families didn't take the initiative to find trouble with them. Although Yang Kai wanted to find an opportunity to kill more immortal Ascension masters, such opportunities never arose, so he could only give up and peacefully dual cultivate with Su Yan inside the mansion. Although the progress of his cultivation wasn't as fast anymore, it was actually more stable, allowing him to better consolidate his foundation, which would benefit him in the future. The great forces who had sought refuge within Yang Kai's mansion were also quite comfortable with the status quo. They came to the central capital to provide relief to the 8 great families, but none of them were eager to find trouble with the ash-gray cloud evil land and were more than happy to quietly cultivate in this safe environment. A few days later, the 8 great families' patriarchs visited Yang Kai once more and brought him news that greatly satisfied him. Qiu Shoucheng would officially pass the patriarch's position to the Qiu family's eldest daughter, Qiu Yimeng, and ordered her to return to the Qiu family's temporary residence to prepare for the handover ceremony. At the same time, Huazheng would also pass his patriarch position to Huaxingchen. Meng Shiping would pass his patriarch position to Meng Shanyi. Lu Chuquan would pass his position to Lu Qingyao. Kong Rui's position would be handed down to Kong Jian. Gao Mo would pass the Gao family's patriarch position to Gao Rangxian. Yi Kuangren's patriarch position would fall to Yi Jingli. 7 great families' patriarch positions had all collectively changed. Among these new patriarchs, Meng Shanyi and Lu Qingyao were old acquaintances with Yang Kai. On the other hand, Yang Kai wasn't familiar with Kang Jian, Gao Rangxian, and Yi Jingli, but he just assumed they were leaders among the younger generation of their respective families. Although the chaos in the central capital had yet to be settled and the ash-gray cloud evil land was still eyeing the southern lands covetously from their strongholds in the north, the succession of so many patriarch positions was a big deal for the 8 great families, so they didn't show any neglect when it came to the ceremony. Of course, it was impossible to hold too grand an event, but they still did whatever they could within an allowable limit. Such a scene had never happened before in recorded history. The super forces were all going to collectively change leaders, and all the incoming patriarchs were actually juniors from the younger generation. However, the situation forced them to do this, so the central capital's superfamilies had no other choice but to proceed. Once these juniors took over the position of patriarch, all the forces in the central capital would gather together with Yang Kai's mansion and form a single solid piece of iron. What about the Yang family? Who is going to be patriarch? Yang Kai listened to the words of the 8 patriarchs before suddenly asking Yang Yinghao. Yang Yinghao showed a faint grin and asked, "Do you think anyone other than you can sit in that position?" The other 7 old men also deeply agree with this sentiment and nodded. All of them were forced to pass on their positions to their descendants simply so they could smoothly form an alliance with Yang Kai. If Yang Kai didn't inherit the Yang family's patriarch position, the relationship between them would become ambiguous again. However, Yang Kai just slowly shook his head. "I won't become the patriarch of the Yang family. Great uncle, I should have told you this during the inheritance war." "Are you saying that seriously?" Yang Yinghao couldn't help feeling surprised. He had indeed heard Yang Kai say he was participating in the inheritance war simply to rectify his sex name and didn't have any interest in the patriarch's position. However, Yang Yinghao had always thought he was just putting up a front and hadn't expected he really didn't want to become the head of the Yang family. Given Yang Kai's current cultivation and the strength of the allies he had behind him, as long he nodded, no one in the Yang family would raise any objection to him becoming patriarch. "Naturally, I'm being serious," Yang Kai said firmly. "Being patriarch is too tedious. I have no interest in it. But the strength you grasp right now is already stronger than that of the entire Yang family. It would be awkward for you to not sit in the patriarch's position yet wield more power than the patriarch. When this crisis ends, my allies will disperse and go back to their own sects and families. But if I become patriarch, it means I will have to assume that position for the rest of my life. I'm not a fool. How could I be bound like that by the Yang family?" Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before recommending, "I think it's better if you let big brother or second brother become patriarch, especially second brother. I think he'll be more than happy to assume that role. Yang Zhao really would be happy to become patriarch, and he also has the appropriate aptitude and ability for the job, but your existence can't be ignored." Yang Yinghao shook his head. "Your light is too strong. Since Yang family has you, it's impossible for anyone else to become patriarch. As for Yang Zhao, it's simply not fated to be." Yang Yinghao also felt some regret for his son. If Yang Kai wasn't so awe-inspiring, Yang Zhao would certainly be a good candidate for patriarch, even more so than Yang Wei. Yang Wei was a solitary figure and was obsessed with cultivation. Such a person was not suitable to become patriarch. "Don't hurry to reject this position." Yang Yinghao smiled slightly. "Remember what I told you before? Becoming the Yang family's patriarch also comes with its own advantages." The other 7 patriarchs immediately glanced towards Yang Yinghao. It seems like they also had some faint idea about what he was speaking, each of them showing a slightly envious look. Yang Kai carefully recalled and nodded. Yang Yinghao had indeed said something about this to him before. "Why is every Yang family patriarch and above Immortal Ascension boundary master?" Yang Yinghao smiled meaningfully. "Because the patriarch of the Yang family is granted a special opportunity only available to one who sits in this position. As long as you accept the patriarch's position, you will know what this opportunity is." Listening to him, Yang Kai's expression didn't change. On the other hand, the other 7 people in the room drew a sharp breath. They had only heard rumor about this secret of the Yang family, but didn't know what this so-called opportunity was. "Great uncle, Is this your way of trying to lure me with benefits? Yang Kai smiled. It is. Yang Yinghao did not deny. He knew Yang Kai was someone who refused to suffer a loss and would only be moved if there was enough profit. He didn't believe that this Yang family secret would be unable to move him. Can you tell me a little more? Yang Kai really was somewhat interested. Yang Yinghao smiled and opened his mouth. Yang Kai expression changed, a pleasantly surprised look appearing on his face. The other 7 patriarchs all perked up their ears and stared at the silent communication between Yang Kai and Yang Yinghao. However, they were unable to discern anything that was said, causing their curiosity to only become even stronger. I am somewhat tempted by this information, but great uncle, I really don't want to become patriarch. Yang Kai wrinkled his brow slightly. The future of the Yang family will be forged by you. Yang Yinghao's expression became solemn as he said seriously, the central capital's 8 great families have struggled for so many generations, yet have only managed to develop to their current level. The ash-gray cloud evil land launching an all-out assault has resulted in our 8 great families being unable to resist them, and half of the central capital has fallen into enemy hands. This is an incredibly shameful stain on my 8 great families' reputation. But you, after only returning to the Yang family for 2 years, have already built up a force greater than any one of the 8 great families. Your mansion is truly this world's greatest force. I have to say that you are more suitable than anyone else to lead the Yang family. If not for you, do you think we old men would feel assured passing our patriarch positions down to a group of immature kids? It's not that they aren't worried about their own children, but that they had faith in you. All 7 of the other old men in the room nodded silently, their expressions all filled with strong expectations for Yang Kai, containing not the slightest bit of contempt. Yang Kai wore a forced smile. When he was branded an enemy of the 8 great families, he hadn't cared about whether they even continued to exist, but now they had all shown him such great sincerity, causing him to be somewhat embarrassed. Regardless of whatever tricks and schemes they may have pulled against him, the 8 great families had still been the bulwark against the ash-gray cloud evil land for countless years. They deserved at least some credit for that. Great uncle, I won't disappoint your expectations, Yang Kai replied sincerely. Considering the current situation, I will assume command of the Yang family for a while, and after this incident, I will hand over power to eldest brother or second brother. My future does not lie in the Yang family, nor the central capital. My journey does not end here. Yang Kai's gaze revealed the look of yearning and expectation. Perhaps you won't believe me when I said this, but I believe that out there are stronger cultivators, stronger sects, stronger families. Compared to them, the 8 great families are nothing, I'm afraid. At the very least, Yang Kai knew that Water Spirit Temple was a sect that could produce a master like Xue Ling. The 8 patriarchs all wore surprised expressions as they quickly exchanged glances, seemingly not quite able to understand the meaning of Yang Kai's words. In this world, what force could be stronger than the 8 great families? Even the ash-gray cloud evil land, which was really a loose alliance of 6 different domains, was only roughly equal in strength to them. Very well. Yang Yinghao hesitated for a moment before gently nodding. You have broader ambitions. Naturally, I will not try to stop you. During this time, you will temporarily assume the position of Yang family patriarch. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Since I'll only be taking over temporarily, there's no need for a formal handover ceremony. Yang Yinghao sighed and no longer tried to force him, silently accepting reality. The central capital 8 great families were changing patriarchs all at once. When this news came out, it shook the world. Especially those who remained in the central capital, many of them were dumbstruck for quite some time. 7 of the great families would hold official succession ceremonies in order to pass on the position of patriarch. As for the Yang family, only a proclamation announcing Yang Kai would temporarily assume the role of patriarch was to be made. Such ceremonies would normally be treated as the biggest events in each respective family. But nowadays, with so many ash-gray cloud evil landmasters lurking nearby, the 7 families decided to only host a single ceremony where all 7 of the new patriarchs would be inducted into their positions. This way it would be easier to guard against any aggression from the ash-gray cloud evil land. Fortunately, The ash-gray cloud evil land forces were recently more subdued in their actions, so the 7 families were hurriedly able to arrange this grand ceremony. The task of security for the time being was handed over to the many powerful masters from Yang Kai's mansion. With the many masters gathered in Yang Kai's house taking charge of defense, things proceeded in an orderly manner. Time passed quickly, and 3 days later, Yang Yingfeng and Dong Suzhu arrived at Yang Kai's mansion. After receiving word of their arrival, Yang Kai quickly rushed outside to greet his parents. Su Yan also coyly followed beside Yang Kai, her face blushing faintly. Yang Yingfeng and Dong Suzhu were both experienced adults, and when they saw the shy appearance of Su Yan, they immediately understood the relationship between her and Yang Kai. Dong Suzhu immediately drew Su Yan to a nearby table and was set about becoming familiar with the beautiful ice fairy who was her future daughter-in-law. Meanwhile, the Yang family 4th master quietly gave Yang Kai a big thumbs up, but with a somewhat envious grin. Auntie, in fact, there's also one other as well. Su Yan suddenly whispered to Dong Suzhu. Another one? Dong Suzhu listened and chuckled to herself, wearing a big smile as she comforted Su Yan. Rest assured, I'll teach that little bastard son of mine well. Humph. Thinking that he's a little strong now, he actually dares to surround himself with beautiful women. Obviously she thought that Su Yan was jealous. There's no need. Su Yan quickly waved. It's just that junior sister is quite shy and is somewhat embarrassed to come out on her own. Moreover, junior brother has never made things clear to her, delaying such important matters, causing her to be uncertain. So, Dong Suzhu looked at Su Yan with a somewhat confused expression. Yan, what you mean is, I'd like to have her come and meet uncle and auntie. Su Yan replied firmly. Dong Suzhu was secretly surprised. She hadn't expected Su Yan to be so benevolent, only responding a moment later. As long as you don't mind, I naturally would like to meet her and chat. Then I'll bring her over, Su Yan said with a smile, her body disappearing in a flicker. Mother, where is Su Yan going? Yang Kai was talking nearby with his father when he suddenly saw Su Yan run off, so he curiously asked. Humph! Dong Suzhu snorted dismissively, causing Yang Kai to scratch his head in confusion. Soon after, Su Yan brought Xia Ningchang over. The latter's cheeks flushed a deep shade of crimson as she did her best to politely greet the Yang family 4th master and his wife before taking a seat beside Su Yan, where she then became stiff and motionless. It was only when Dong Suzhu asked her a question would she shyly reply. Having a good look at these 2 young girls, Dong Suzhu was completely satisfied. An ice fairy and an innocent beauty. Receiving the sentiment of these 2 was simply her son's extreme good fortune. The Yang family 4th master was deeply jealous of his son's good luck, but managed to wear a stern face. Kair, you cannot treat these 2 girls unjustly. Set a date soon and make things official. Yang Kai, on the other hand, chuckled and said, There's no rush, we're all still young. You may be young, but your parents aren't anymore. Yang Yingfeng argued. Who's old? Look at Mom. When she sits together with Su Yan and little senior sister, it's like they're 3 sisters. Yang Kai smiled and glanced to the side, his heart filled with warmth. Really? Dong Suzhu most liked listening to such compliments. Of course it is. Yang Kai did not hesitate to flatter. Good. Then from now on we 3 are sisters. Dong Suzhu was very excited and intimately pulled Su Yan and Xia Ningchang closer. Su Yan and Xia Ningchang's beautiful faces both became somewhat awkward as they stared at Dong Suzhu in surprise. Meanwhile, the Yang family 4th master and Yang Kai's faces went black. Your mother often says some impulsive things. There's not need to pay attention to her at these times. Yang Yingfeng hurriedly explained. What matter has father come here today about? Yang Kai also took the opportunity to change the topic in order to avoid Su Yan and his little senior sister from enduring too much embarrassment. Yang Yingfeng coughed lightly and continued. You great uncle wants you to go back. Back to the Yang family? And Yang Kai's brow furrowed. When? The sooner the better. I understand. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Did great uncle say why he wants me to return to urgently? He didn't explain much, only telling me that it was a matter of importance and that he would explain when you returned to the Yang family. If that's the case, then I'll leave immediately. Yang Kai thought for a moment before saying, please wait here for a bit. I need to make some arrangements first. Heading into the interior of the mansion, Yang Kai informed everyone that he would be returning to Yang family compound. Qiu Yimeng and Huixingchan weren't in the house anymore, having returned to their respective families in preparation to assume their new positions as family heads. So Yang Kai could only let Ling Tai-su and Meng Wuya look after the house for now. Young master, don't blame old servant for being cynical. But the Yang family so eagerly wanting you to return, are you certain they don't have any ulterior motives? Old demon suddenly became alert. There's no issue. Yang Kai shook his head. Since I agreed to join them in resisting the demon lord, they no longer have a reason to act against me. Young master mustn't be careless. Old demon grinned sullenly. The 8 great families are used to acting as overlords, yet now you've forced them to essentially become henchmen. I'm afraid there will not be few people who have grievances with you. As long as young master has an accident, the power gathered in this house will fracture. If that happens, the 8 great families will certainly try to take advantage of the situation. And you should not lower your guard. Meng Wuya also agreed with old demon for once. If they were to really do that, it would be far too short-sighted. I'd have nothing to say at that point. Yang Kai sneered. The danger posed by the ash-gray cloud evil land to the central capital had yet to be dealt with. If the 8 great families were to start more internal disputes at this point, only considering how to carve up the most benefits for themselves, then there was no reason for them to remain in this world. In any case, old servant will accompany you, old demon quickly said. Yang Kai glanced at him and said casually, very well. He felt that the 8 great families would not be so idiotic now that things had reached this point. The patriarch positions being passed down to members of the younger generation was also a fact. Facing the current crisis, it seemed that they had finally decided to act wisely. This alone made Yang Kai feel like there was still some hope for the 8 great families. Perhaps medicine to cure idiocy really did exist. His original purpose in joining this war was simply because he wanted to take advantage of the remnant spiritual energy of the slain immortal Ascension boundary masters. But now that essentially no battles were being fought, he needed to find a turning point, and merging the 8 great families with his own house was the best option available to him. Central capital, Yang family. The Yang family was located just south of the central capital, so during the invasion of the ash-gray cloud evil land, everything was undamaged in the Yang family's area. The only change was the attitude of the Yang family towards Yang Kai. It seems that they knew that Yang Kai was coming back today, and the guards in the family had straightened their backs one by one, staring ahead intently, fainting calm. As Yang Kai entered the Yang family gates, he saw a group of people waiting for him, led by Yang Kai's third brother Yang Tai. Greetings, Patriarch, Yang Tai suddenly shouted, as the group of people behind him hurriedly saluted. Yang Kai wore a weird look and quickly stepped forward, whispering, Third brother, what are you doing? Grand uncle asked us to meet you here. Yang Tai responded softly, You are now the patriarch of the Yang family. It's time to act like the patriarch and treat you as such. The patriarch. Yang Kai lost color to his face. Yang Tai straightened up again, smiled and said, Patriarch, please. Elder has been waiting for a long time. Yang Kai nodded lightly, fixed his look, and walked forward. Behind them, the Yang family's 4th master, who was radiant with pride, and the old demon followed closely. Yang Kai was the head of the family, and his parents were naturally very proud of his accomplishments. Old demon was constantly alert to any movements around him. He was an old demon lord. Naturally, he was suspicious and quite worried. Since the Yang family had rushed Yang Kai to return, he was suspicious of any ulterior motive. Under the guidance of Yang Tai, Yang Kai and others quickly came to a large hall. In the main hall, Yang Kai noticed that there were 2 rows of roughly 40 people standing quietly. These people were all the Yang family's elders. Yang Zhen and the elders Yang Kai had previously interacted with were among them. The elders who once ridiculed and mocked Yang Kai couldn't help but have complex feelings about seeing him again at the moment. They were afraid that Yang Kai might make things difficult for them. However, that could not be further from the truth, as Yang Kai turned a blind eye to them and walked directly past them, as though they weren't there at all. The elders could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Yang Yinghao held his hands behind his back and stood in front of the main hall. He stood with his back upright, and eyes emanating a glimmer of light as Yang Kai had arrived in front of him. By the time of Yang Kai arrived, everyone shouted, "Greetings, Patriarch." Yang Kai nodded lightly, not paying attention to the discomfort he felt in his heart. From the 2 rows of elders, he walked straight ahead while looking a bit awkward. Yang Kai arrived in front of Yang Yinghao and cupped his fists. "Greetings, Grand Uncle." "Patriarch." Yang Yinghao smiled. "Please, this way." As Yang Yinghao said this, he took the lead to direct Yang Kai to the main hall. The 3 Yang family's grand elder next to him headed in the opposite direction and stopped in front of the old demon and the 4th master. "Hey, what is the meaning of this?" Old demon smirked and his look took a dangerous turn. "Forgive me, but this is my Yang family's grounds. No one can enter except the patriarch. You have to wait here," one of Yang family's grand elders said lightly. "That's not going to work. I have to follow my young master at all times." Old demon slowly shook his head, with a look saying that this was non-negotiable. The reason why he came all this way was to ensure the safety of Yang Kai. Now others were trying to separate him from Yang Kai. How could old demon agree? "Old demon, stay here for now." Yang Kai turned back and said, "Young master." Yang Kai shook his head and motioned that he will be fine. "Be careful, young master." Old demon frowned and said. Yang Yinghao's look moved, and he smiled casually. "Are you worried that we will harm our own patriarch? I can understand a person after spending a long time with them. I can also read their facial expression. However, even with their words, I will never be able to fully read another's heart." The old demon sneered. "Old demon, let it go." Yang Kai coldly remarked. "Yes." Old demon hurriedly responded. The 3 grand elders looked at each other and suddenly laughed and looked at old demon with approval. "You're loyal to patriarch. May we ask, sir, how we can address you?" Although they all know the existence of old demon, they never knew his name. Old demon said calmly, "This old master is called Old Demon." The 3 grand elders weren't fazed by his attitude, and one of them said, "This brother here, we will waiting here for a while. 2 or 3 hours if patriarch is quick. But it could go on for several days be he comes out. Come and have some tea." Someone immediately went to prepare the tea to entertain old demon. Yang Kai followed Yang Yinghao step by step toward the main hall. It took a while for them to arrive in the main hall. Looking up, Yang Kai murmured, "The Soul Foundation Temple?" "Yes, the Soul Foundation Temple." Yang Yinghao nodded gently. "This is the most important hall of my Yang family, and also its foundation. No one except the patriarchs of the past are eligible to step into it, not even the grand elders of our Yang family. If you do not meet certain conditions, you can't enter here." Yang Kai nodded lightly. He had heard the name of this hall before. He also knew that this was a sacred ground of Yang family. The secrets here were precious and closely guarded, even far above the dragon transformation pond. However, he was never told what secrets were hidden here. "Grand Uncle, I'm just a temporary patriarch. I'm not going to take care of any of the Yang family's matters. Just because the 8 great families wanted to use me and my followers against the Ashgrey Cloud evil land, and allowed me to hold this title. Doesn't that make me not eligible to enter? A temporary patriarch is still a patriarch." Yang Yinghao smiled a little. "Don't worry, go in." As he said this, he reached out to open the door of the Soul Foundation Temple. The door creaked open and Yang Kai looked deep into the room. To his surprise, the hall was empty, except for an incense burner at the forefront. As Yang Yinghao entered the hall, Yang Kai turned around and saw some unusual things. In the corners around the main hall, there are 4 prestigious stone carvings. For stone carvings stood in the corners of the hall, depicting the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and a black tortoise. Each seemed connected to each other in some way. Yang Yinghao led Yang Kai to the center of the hall, then used his nails to draw a wound on his fingertips. With a wave of his hand, for drops of blood suddenly flew out and accurately entered the mouth of the 4 stone carvings. The 4 stone carvings suddenly lit up with lines depicting a spirit array, and a wave of inexplicable energy came out of the mouths of all 4 stone carvings and quickly gathered into the air. Xianxia looked up and saw a small white light shining in the void. As the energy of the 4 stone carvings poured into the light, it shone brighter and brighter. What you are about to see is the treatment that only the patriarch of our Yang family has enjoyed. It is also the top secret of Yang family. You have asked me before why every patriarch can reach above immortal ascension boundary. The reason why is now before you. Compared to me telling you, it is better to personally experience it. This is the benefit of being the patriarch of the Yang family. Xianxia explained as he looked at the bright light hovering in the void. Grand uncle, Xianxia looked hesitant. Is this really all right? What is not all right about this? Xianxia said dismissively. Since it is such a good thing if I take it, then when first brother or second brother come here, won't they get nothing? Xianxia had some concerns, and he had to take responsibility for the benefits. Xianxia doesn't want to tied to the Yang family his entire life. Xianxia looked at him blankly then smiled. He shook his head and said, if you have the ability then you can take all of it, but I doubt it. Don't ask me too much about it. After you try, you'll understand why I said this. Listening to him, Xianxia could not help but look puzzled. But you must remember, when you enter, there will be a certain amount of danger. If you cannot sense it, it would be better to just quit. I see. Xianxia nodded gently. At this moment, the halo in the sky suddenly stabilized, and the energy flowing from the 4 beast carvings in the 4 corners of the temple was no longer transmitting, and the hall fell silent. After looking at the scene in the sky again, Xianxia felt that this scene was familiar. He thought about it and finally remembered. The light in the sky was almost the same as the light he saw in the Seal Temple. Inside the Seal Temple, the 8 great families above Immortal Ascension boundary elders gathered together with their own spiritual energy to create a pocket space where they could converse. In that pocket, they learned martial skills and sensed the heavenly way of martial Tao. This way, they could strive for a higher realm without worrying about damage to surrounding buildings and causing unnecessary casualties. At this moment, the huge light ball in the Soul Foundation Temple was almost exactly the same as the one in the Seal Temple. Xianxia could vaguely sense what was hidden inside the light. You can enter. Release your divine sense. After listening to Xianxia's words, Xianxia did not hesitate, and immediately released his divine sense, and poured it into the ball of light. Xianxia secretly glanced at Xianxia and looked forward to the result. When he entered it, he had gained a lot of benefits. After coming out of it, he improved quickly and without bottlenecks, step by step until he reached above Immortal Ascension boundary. Xianxia was afraid that Xianxia's aptitude was too high for this experience. But still, he was curious to see how much benefit Xianxia could gain from it. In the pocket space, it brings together the experiences of Yang family's various generations of patriarchs. In the huge light ball, Xianxia's soul manifestation gradually appeared. This world was different from the Seal Temple space, which was like reality. This was a purely illusory world. The wind blew, and the sky was clear. Everywhere was refreshing and beautiful as a sunny spring day. A group of white spots that radiated a faint glow floated around Xianxia. Xianxia looked at these white spots curiously. Suddenly, his look changed as he stared at the white spots with vigilance. A burst of laughter suddenly sounded, and the white spots quickly spread out and wrapped around Xianxia. Immediately, these white points squirmed and turned into a clearly visible soul manifestation. Each of these soul manifestations were powerful, and all had arrived at above Immortal Ascension boundary. There were men and women all with white hair. The soul spirits of these white-haired elders all looked at Xianxia with great interest. Some had revealed expressions of interest, some were confused, and others had a look of amusement. However, the atmosphere had a hint of danger. How many years has it been? Suddenly a voice rang out. Since that little brat Xianxia entered here, hasn't it almost been 20 years? Exactly 20 years, someone replied. 20 years. Gone in a blink of an eye. How come someone else has come in only 20 years? Is Yang Hao dead? No, if he was dead, his soul spirit should have come here. What if he died outside? Hey, I said that little brat was not patriarch material, and sure enough, this little brat is no good either. Just look at him. He is so young that no hair has grown down there. Hey, it seems that, in this generation, the Yang family has started to decline. To actually fall into such a state and let someone so young become patriarch. What a great pity. Hey, little brat, you're from the Yang family, aren't you? Answer honestly. If you dare to deceive me, you'll be asking for death. Shouts sounded out from all sides. All these soul spirits each expressed their opinions. It was as though they have not talked to anyone in a long time, let alone a live being with a body. Therefore, today they were speaking openly without any regards of the other party. Yang Kai was silent. With cold eyes he looked around. As his mind calmed down, gradually he had figured out what the situation was. Hey, why aren't you saying anything? Are you dumb? I don't think he from the Yang family. Let's just kill him directly. Only those from the Yang family can come here. Only Yang family blood can open this place using the statues of the 4 holy beasts. This little brat is not scared at all, and his heart is calm. When Yang Hao came in here, he was scared by us. Yang Hao, those that are worthless will remain worthless no matter how hard they try, and now I'm afraid no one knows where he died. All of you shut up. A burst of anger came and made all the soul spirits were suddenly silenced. Yang Kai looked at the source of the sound and saw an old woman with a cane and a youthful face. She held a cane in her hand and it quietly hovered beside her. Yang Kai stared at her with a stunned look. It can be seen that this old woman should have been a beautiful woman when she was young, and she was an absolutely strong cultivator. The authority of this soul spirit should be very high. Otherwise, even if she was angry, nothing would happen. Turning to face her, Yang Kai cupped his fists. Yang family direct disciple. Ranked 9th, Yang Kai greets ancestors. A look of astonishment flashed through the old woman's eyes. How do you know that we are the Yang family ancestors? I guessed. Yang Kai nodded gently. The old woman glanced at him with an appreciative look. Yes, you have keen eyesight. Much better than Yang Hao. When he came in here, this old woman had to explain it to him for a long time. How is Yang Hao? Is he dead? Grand uncle is still alive. It is he who opened here and let me enter. Yang Kai replied. N. The old woman nodded lightly, said, Do you know where this place is? Grand uncle said that this is the top secret of Yang family. Yang Kai grinned. In my opinion, this should be the place where divine sense of the patriarch gathers after their death. Everyone was shocked. All eyes stared at Yang Kai. You can guess all that? It must have been Yang Hao, that bastard who told him. An old man said, The person that guides the patriarch here is to not saying anything about this place. Let's see what he has to say. It is rare to talk to the living, and this rare opportunity was destroyed by him. This old man wants to kill that little bastard. Third Lord, calm your anger. Yeah, your bones are afraid of being ground into dust. How would he be scared? These people seem to have not said a word in many years. Now, after seeing Yang Kai, they were all very excited. When they catch the opportunity, they talk non-stop and were irritating. The old woman gave them all a stern look, and everyone quickly shut up. Yes, it's as you said. This place is where the divine sense of the Yang family elders gathers after their deaths. All the soul spirits here are grand elders of the Yang family. The old woman paused and shouted. This old woman is the 2nd generation grand elder, Yang Yi. Yang Kai was taken aback. The Yang family 2nd generation, Yang Kai had no idea how many years ago that was. If an above immortal Ascension boundary master of the Yang family realizes that their lifespan is coming to an end, they will come to the Soul Foundation Temple and channel their divine sense into the carvings of the 4 sacred beasts to preserve their life experiences, so that the children of the next generation may learn from them. It has taken countless years to build to the scale it is today. Yang Kai looked around, and he found that the soul spirits of at least 40 or 50 transcendent realm masters gathered here. Such a huge amount of resources, if it could be completely absorbed, the benefits that could be obtained were enormous. The Yang family patriarch is the only one that can enter here and benefit from the souls here. With the help of our experience, no one will have a bottleneck before the above immortal ascension realm. Do you understand? Yang Kai nodded lightly. There really shouldn't be any bottlenecks before transcendent realm with their help. As long as someone's strength is enough, there would be able to break through without worries. Yang Yi said again, since you have been sent here by Yang Ying Hao, it means that you are the patriarch. We are already dead. We haven't been paying attention to what Yang family has been experiencing recently. But I still have to ask. Why do we have such a young person like you becoming the patriarch? And what qualification do you have? What qualifications do I have? Yang Kai gave them a strange look, then said, Junior is less than 19 this year, and is in the Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th stage. 27 of my followers have reached the transcendent realm. Is it enough? Your cultivation can be felt by this old woman. The strength of your spiritual energy is unheard of by this old woman. But what do you mean by transcendent realm? Yang Yi frowned and looked confused. Others are also looking at Yang Kai inexplicably. Yang Kai was amazed, and this reminds me that the realm of transcendent realm can only be known by the top powerhouses in the house. These Yang family's ancestors have probably never heard of it. Transcendent realm is what you call above immortal ascension boundary. Yang Kai explained. It turns out that the world already had a name for this realm. Yang Yi nodded and nodded. Their understanding of the transcendent realm was vague. The transcendent realm? Someone exclaimed, looking at Yang Kai with a look of disbelief, laughing. Little brat, you're not very good at lying. Everyone looked at Yang Kai with an incredulous look, thinking that he was lying. Do I have to lie to the dead? Yang Kai said indifferently. The crowd gradually calmed down, realizing that what he said may be true. But Yang Kai, having gathered 27 transcendent realm cultivators, they still found it unacceptable. This number is simply too big to be real. Whether what you say is true or false, it doesn't matter. But if you want to benefit from us, you have to do something for us. Yang Yi coldly snorted. Senior, please advise. The second generation of the Yang family struggled to create the carvings of the 4 sacred beasts during their generation. The intention of this space was to leave experience for the children of the next generation. We have done this for so many years. Everyone who comes here has always received great benefits. But it's been so long. Yang Yi's look was slightly painful. This old woman can't remember how many years my soul spurt has been trapped here. In this long, endless silence and nothingness of space, no matter who it was, there would be some feelings of anxiety and grief. Our intentions have been distorted through the passage of time. What do you mean? Yang Kai frowned, and suddenly found the soul spirits gathered around him, and the atmosphere had changed. All of them exuded a gloomy and horrible atmosphere, staring at him like a beast eyeing a delicious meal. Yang Ying Hao should have told you that there is a certain danger in coming here, and this danger comes from this old woman and the others. Yang Yi said coldly. Our biggest wish now is to leave this place, and you are the best method. You want to possess me? Yang Kai was shocked. This is the instinct that our soul spirit has developed after being trapped here for so many years. Although we will try to restrain it, you should be careful. Yang Yi warned. Since you have entered here to gain experience from us, it's best you retreat, or your soul spirit will be swallowed by one of us and we will occupy your body and live in your place. Yang Kai looked around and found that, as Yang Yi said, the souls of these Yang family ancestors were all looking at him as if they wanted to swallow his divine sense. But each one was having a hard time resisting their instincts and suppressing their own desires. Such a situation was dangerous. For those who have been trapped for a long time, their desires and instincts were strong, and those who have been trapped for a short time only had a slight sign. Over the years, there have been many soul spirits who lost their minds in the endless years and became an unconscious and brutal spirit that was destroyed by our joint efforts. And the future fate of everyone here is the same. Then you are really pitiful. Yang Kai looked at them with some pity. Perceiving by the meaning of his eyes, everyone was secretly astonished. Everyone who enters this place is either ecstatic or frightened, but no one has ever sympathized with them. Yang Kai was the first one. Yang Yi's face suddenly softened and looked at Yang Kai with a look of appreciation. A good time later she said, "Don't be sad for us, this was our own choice. Your feelings are meaningless. If you are not accidentally killed in the future, your soul spirit will also enter here, leaving your own cultivation experience and sentiment to the younger generation of Yang family." "I won't." Yang Kai slowly shook his head with a firm look. "But your sad fate will be ended by me today." The Yang family's 45 ancestors' soul spirits all looked at Yang Kai with horror. After a time, a loud laugh rang out. "Big words!" Yang Yi had a weird smile. "You're saying that you will devour us all?" Yang Kai nodded. "Ha ha 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 ha." Large amounts of laughter rang out. It seemed that they weren't taking Yang Kai seriously, as it seemed as that they thought of Yang Kai as a joke. Yang Yi gently nodded. "If you really had the ability, I would be willing to be devoured by you. After all, it is our biggest wish for us to leave this place. But for you, it is impossible. Please wait and see, seniors." Yang Kai grinned and stopped, releasing his suppressed divine senses since coming here. His soul spirit had involuntarily produced a strong desire. Naturally, this force came from the solitary golden eye that resides in his knowledge sea. However, before Yang Kai understood the use of the solitary golden eye, he suppressed this desire. Now that he had loosened the restrictions on this desire, a huge force suddenly swept through the entire space. The soul spirits of the 45 Yang family ancestors all moved, but they had no reaction to what was transpiring. They were all sucked into Yang Kai's knowledge sea. A clear sky, tranquil water underneath, a 5-colored island, sitting quietly on the sea. The sudden change of scenery gave the 45 soul spirit a shock. All of them looked around, but no one reacted. "Welcome, everyone." Yang Kai's soul spirit gradually revealed itself. Holding his hands to his back, he greeted everyone. "This is your knowledge sea?" Yang Yi exclaimed. "Yes, this is this disciple's knowledge sea." "How did you move us?" Yang Yi looked at Yang Kai with disbelief. She couldn't figure out what method he used. He actually sucked all the soul spirits into his knowledge sea. "I didn't do anything, it was that." Yang Kai pointed his finger to the solitary golden eye suspended over the 5-colored treasure island. Yang Yi and the others turned their heads in the direction he indicated. Everyone's heart had an inexplicable feeling of fear and uneasiness. It seemed as though the unknown object was their nemesis. "What is that?" Yang Yi panicked. After endless years passed, she couldn't clearly remember the feeling she had had. But now, she once again clearly understood what fear was. Not only her, but the other 45 soul spirits were all the same. One by one, all of them trembled involuntarily, shivering, stunned, staring at the solitary golden eye, like it was a beast lying in wait for its prey. "I don't know what it is, but it can break the shackles that have bound you for countless years." Yang Kai took a breath and looked at Yang Yi and others. "I don't know what your feelings were before putting your soul spirits into the 4 sacred beast carvings before dying, but since the endless years have distorted your will, then today, let's end your torment here." During the conversation, the solitary golden eye slowly opened. Yang Kai was not talking nonsense, so he was ready to do it. At the sight of the majestic golden pupil, it was impossible for everyone not to give birth to a feeling of sorrow or worship. Xia, a golden light burst out from the eye, and a soul spirit standing in the place it was looking did not have time to react, as it was illuminated in a golden light. The sound of piercing rang out as the consciousness and thoughts contained in this soul spirit was instantly purified, leaving only a large mass of pure energy. Xiao, xiao, xiao. After a series of golden light shot out, one after another soul spirits were purified. In the face of the majestic golden light, these soul spirits could not muster any resistance. Yang Yi's eyes were full of fear. Then she finally understood why Yang Kai had such confidence and said that he would devour them all. This strange golden light can purify their consciousness and turn it into pure energy that can be absorbed by anyone. "I don't want to die." Suddenly, there was a roar of anger. It was unknown which generation of Yang family elder shouted this. When this elder saw so many soul spirits being destroyed, Their suppressed desires and instincts finally broke out, and the soul spirits roared like ghosts. They rushed towards Yang Kai, mouths open wanting to get a hold of Yang Kai to get a chance of survival. Yang Kai looked at him with indifference. He had a slightly complicated look in his eyes, both pity and regret. The pity was for their soul spirits having been imprisoned for so many years, suffering for countless years. It was a pity that their wishes and original intentions were beautiful, but as the years passed, their nature was warped. "Stop!" Yang Yi shouted angrily. Hearing her shout, the soul of the elder, who wanted to kill Yang Kai, suddenly stopped, as their eyes were struggling with emotions. He stared at Yang Kai, and although he was close at hand, he could not make a move. "Do you want to ruin Yang family's ancestors' pride that they have maintained for so many years?" Yang Yi said faintly. This sentence was like a bolt of lightning. As it was said, the person's eyes were restored to a state of clarity. A long shout rang out. As he dropped Yang Kai, he turned and rushed toward the open solitary golden eye. Golden light poured down and purified him. The next moment, the remaining soul spirits rushed up, one by one with complex feelings, both happy and frightened. "Xiao, xiao, xiao." Yang Kai stood by and watched. He did not stop them. He let them rush to the solitary golden eye like a moth to a flame. Soon, only Yang Yi was left in the entire knowledge sea. All other soul spirits were completely purified. Yang Yi gently breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Yang Kai and quickly said, "I want to say thank you to you in their place." Yang Kai looked at her then whispered, "You're welcome. If this generation of Yang family has a patriarch like you, it's definitely in good hands." Yang Yi showed a smile, the old face slowly changing into a beautiful woman like a flower. Strands of beautiful black hair fluttered softly. Her large pair of almond eyes displayed a soft charm, and the pretty nose, the fragrant red lips, cheeks white as snow added to her beautiful. The jade-like skin as pure as snow, and the shape of this face was beautiful. Yang Kai was caught speechless. This is what this old woman looked like in her prime. At my last moment, I hope to look this way. Yang Yi smiled, suddenly and sternly. "Little brat, if you dare to disclose this old ghost will not let you go." Junior wouldn't dare. Yang Kai's expression is weird. Yang Yi gently nodded. Her body swayed, turning into a stream of light that rushed towards the solitary golden eye. Solitary golden eye spurred open once again with a golden light and hit her. The shrill sound of piercing rang out, and Yang Yi's consciousness quickly disappeared. At the last moment, Yang Kai seemed to have seen a serene look on her face. The solitary golden eye slowly slammed on, and the sea breeze came, and above the entire knowledge sea, there were 40 or 50 pieces of pure energy floating. Yang Kai waved his hand and gathered all the energy into one place. The Yang family ancestors took great pains to remove their soul spirits and place them into the 4 sacred beasts carvings before dying, hoping to provide some help to the children of the next generation. But the well wishes and careful arrangements will not stand to the erosion of time. Yang Yi said that in this endless years, there were already many soul spirits who couldn't stand the torture of time and lost their minds. They left behind berserk energy and had to be destroyed by them. In this case, this would be the final outcome of all of them. The Yang family was willing to help the patriarch by desecrating the dead. Yang Kai did not know whether this was right or wrong, but he chooses not to judge the choices of the Yang family and the ancestors. After a while, Yang Kai arrived next to the group of pure energy and sat down, then began to absorb it. After a while, he found a problem. The power that these energies could benefit oneself is too little, so much that it was almost negligible. The ruthless and endless years have made the divine sense energy of the Yang family's ancestors weak and frail. How much energy was left in their soul spirits? I am afraid that not even 1,000th of their heyday was in this mass of energy. This amount of energy naturally could not give Yang Kai much of a power boost. However, the perceptions of the martial Tao from the Yang family elders that was hidden away in the energy was perfectly intact. With these insights alone, Yang Kai had benefited a lot. Indeed, as Yang Yi said, if someone were to absorb this energy, no one would have a bottleneck before the transcendent realm. As Yang Kai reached the Immortal Ascension boundary, Yang Kai found it difficult to improve from the first stage, not because of his own power, but because his understanding of Immortal Ascension boundary was too low. Now, with Yang Kai absorbing the insights of the Yang family ancestors, his understanding was no longer a problem. Coupled with the energy of the transcendent realm and their sentiments, Yang Kai estimated that there would be no bottlenecks for a long time in the future. Perhaps until the transcendent Third Order. Yang Kai was ecstatic. This surprise dispersed the faint sorrow lingering in his heart and naturally spared no effort to absorb it. 2 days later, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes. There was not much change in his realm, but his own understanding of the Immortal Ascension boundary had reached a level that was unmatched. These were the treasures left by the ancestors of the Yang family. Not only was there an understanding of the Immortal Ascension boundary, but also the transcendent realm that Yang Kai had a strong understanding. A figure stood still in the center of the Soul Foundation temple, and there was a sign of life behind him. Naturally, this belonged to Yang Hao. But at the moment, Yang Kai felt that the atmosphere around his granduncle was a bit weird. It seemed that he was unsettled. Yang Kai turned and shouted, "Granduncle, you were successful?" Yang Hao asked nervously. Entering the Soul Foundation temple is also a test for the patriarch by Yang family. If the patriarch did not benefit from the Soul Foundation temple, then this patriarch was not suitable for the patriarchal position. Seeing Yang Kai finally return to his body, Yang Hao naturally asked. Yang Hao also felt that Yang Kai would be able to succeed, but he could not understand what had happened in the past 2 days. Sure enough, Yang Kai nodded gently. Yang Hao looked hesitant and pondered for a while before asking, "How many did you absorb?" "All of them. All of them." Yang Hao's eyes widened and looked at Yang Kai with an incredulous look. "How did you bear with the strain?" Yang Hao was shocked silly. He himself had also entered the space, knowing what opportunities there would be inside, but also knowing what dangers lie inside. When he entered, he was Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th stage, and he worked hard but only managed to absorb the soul spirits of 2 Yang family ancestors. Even so, it took a full 2 or 3 years to get rid of the residual consciousness of the 2 souls he absorbed. After all, while they absorb the insights of the martial Tao, they also inherit the endless years of torture, such as personal experiences, the pain, and such things must be dispelled, otherwise it would affect life in general. Yang Hao estimated that if he absorbed even one more, he wouldn't be able to bear it, and by then he would become a waste. But Yang Kai now tells him that he had absorbed all the soul spirits of the Yang family ancestors. Yang Hao couldn't believe it, but he had to believe it, because the carvings of the 4 sacred beasts were all covered in numerous cracks and gaps, showing that the pocket space opening no longer exists. When that happened, it meant that the pocket space had disappeared, and it also represented that all the soul spirits had been absorbed. Yang Hao was afraid that from now on, the Soul Foundation Temple would no longer be able to play its role unless something could repair the carvings of the 4 sacred beasts. And then Yang Kai's soul enters the pocket space before he died. Yang Hao had a complex look. As he looked at Yang Kai, he could not help but change to a respectful look. This kind of demeanor is not that of an elder looking at a member of the younger generation. But Yang Hao couldn't help but show it. He knew that perhaps at this moment, the strength of his cultivation was a little higher than that of Yang Kai's, but as time goes by, Yang Kai would be able to climb to a height he couldn't attempt. At that time, Yang Kai would stand above the clouds, overlooking all mortals. "I am sorry that I ruined the foundation of Yang family. I will give you compensation for it in the future." Yang Kai frowned as he noticed that the carvings of the 4 sacred beasts were destroyed. "No, this is for the patriarch of Yang family." Yang Hao shook his head and said, "Patriarch, the succession ceremony is ready at the Yang family offering to the heaven stage. We are waiting for you to start." "Oh." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and thought that his current status and identity were somewhat different in those people's eyes. It seems like the times have really changed, as he used to wait for his environment to force changes on him. But now he was the one everyone else was waiting for. "Then let's hurry. I can't keep them waiting for long." Yang Hao nodded slightly and took the lead. Outside the Soul Foundation Temple, the elders and the Yang family 4th master that waited there were no longer here. Only Old Demon was left, waiting. Xianxia safely emerged. Old Demon grinned meaningfully. The Yang family was offering sacrifices to the heavens. Nearly 2 years ago, the Yang family inheritance war began. Yang family's 8 young masters gathered together to listen to Patriarch Yang Hao's generous speech and ride cloud-treading colts to War City. After 2 years, the succession ceremony for all the 7 families was going to be held here. When Xianxia arrived, everything was already taken care of. With a shout, "The Yang family patriarch has arrived," everyone stood up and greeted respectfully. Xianxia walked quickly to the altar. He looked around and said, "Although this junior is the patriarch of the Yang family, he does not understand the etiquette or the procedure for this matter. Today, it will be done by Grand Uncle." It was naturally impossible for Xianxia to preside over the succession ceremony. After all, this is a major event for all 7 people. If you were to mess it up, you would make a fool of yourself. Yang Hao nodded lightly. With a flash he appeared on the altar. When Yang Hao started his speech, Xianxia quietly stepped back and contacted Qiu Yimeng and others. "How are you feeling?" Xianxia glanced at his followers with a smile. "Awful." Huixingchan spat disdainfully. "The thought of someone other than this young master being the patriarch of Hu family, it makes my heart ache. You really don't fit that role." Xianxia laughed. "Xianxia, thank you," Qiu Yimeng suddenly said. "Thank me for what?" Xianxia looked at her while he tilted his head. "Don't pretend to be stupid. Both you and I know you are so generous to accept the great forces that took refuge with you on the same day, just to create pressure on the 8 great families and force them to abdicate." Qiu Yimeng's face had a wise smile. "Others think that you were gathering strength, but I know that your purpose was to make this situation." Xianxia stunned, but he did not deny. "There is a reason for this. I always wanted to inherit Qiu family. Now I have achieved it. Naturally, I wanted to thank you." Qiu Yimeng had a touch of emotion showing on her face. "Say, what do you want as a thank you? You can have me if you'd like." Huixingchan and others were shocked and looked at Qiu Yimeng strangely. Meng Shan coughed fiercely. His face was pale and breathless. "Qi Yimeng, you are now the matriarch of Qiu family. It is not very good to say such things in view of the general public. It affects Qiu family's reputation." "Meng Xiong, is the injury still not healed?" Xianxia glanced at him gratefully for changing the topic. Meng Shan smiled bitterly. "I am afraid that I will not be able to heal from this injury in this lifetime." Meng Shan was eroded the ghost gas of Ghost King and Poison King. Although he escaped with his life, after half a year confined to a bed, and if not for the ceremony today, he would not be here right now. Xianxia frowned and thought about it, and whispered, "Open your mouth." "Ah." Meng Shan was suspicious. The next moment, he felt something was thrown into his mouth by Xianxia, and he swallowed involuntarily. A warm current spread through his chest, and it gave him a hint of strength. Even his pale face changed, becoming a bit rosy. Meng Shan quickly made some guesses in his mind, and his face was overjoyed. Cupped his fist, said, "Thank you, Brother Yang." Xianxia smiles and shakes his head, and said nothing. At this moment, Yang Hao had finished speaking and screamed, "I will take over the ceremony and begin now." The gongs and drums sounded. The music was ringing, and the lively atmosphere was extraordinary. The corners of Xiaxia's mouth turned into a weird smile and turned to look at the northern sky. In the sound of the drums, the north swiftly spurred a few figures. Panic and unease spread suddenly through everyone's hearts. Sure enough, Qiu Yimeng stood side by side with Xianxia, staring into the distance. "They have come." Xianxia coldly snorted. The sound of drums continued, but the elites of the 8 great families were secretly concentrating and rallying their strength, acting quickly, and looking excited and eager to fight. Although they noticed some anomalies here, the figures from the north were not afraid, and they are still closing in fast as lightning. Xianxia had stayed in the Soul Foundation Temple for 2 days, but this situation was already expected. The succession ceremony was nothing but a cover. The true ceremony of inheritance of the patriarch position was held secretly by the great families last night. In other words, Qiu Yimeng and others are now the family heads of the great families already. The younger generation became the heads of the great families, which represented the official establishment of the alliance with Xianxia. If the ash-gray cloud evil land didn't act at this time, after the completion of the ceremony today, Xianxia will lead the elites of Central Capital. The first to act will always have the advantage. This is something everyone knows. Therefore, even though Yangbai could foresee that this was a trap, he still had not choice but to act. In a short time, the figure of the 6 great evil kings was clear to see in the eyes of everyone. They stood in a hexagon formation quietly suspended in midair. They all had a look of ridicule, and a burst of laughter came from the mouth of Ghost King and Poison King. It felt unbearable, making blood and chi tumble uncontrollably. The 6 great evil kings, Yang Hao and others stared at the 6 people with hatred, and everyone's eyes Central Capital showed the feeling of incomparable hatred. Among them, Yi Kuangren and Kang Rui looked at the 2 people who were being held in the hands of the profound Yin Ghost King. Naturally, they were Yi Xianro and Kang Zhan who were arrested half a year ago. At this moment, the 2 looked dull, with tattered clothes, and their true chi seemed to have disappeared completely, to the point where they seemed to be ordinary people. It can be seen that in the last half a year, while they were in the hands of the ash-gray cloud evil land, they had been subjected to inhuman torture. Aware of the gazes directed to the people in his grasp, the profound Yin Ghost King laughed. The great family succession ceremony. This is such a great event in the world. The Lord has ordered us to come to send our congratulations, and to offer a trivial gift. Please smile. With that, he reached out and threw Yi Xianro and Kang Zhan down. Yi Kuangren and Kang Rui shouted and flew up, ready to catch Yi Xianro and Kang Zhan. Don't! Yang Hao shouted. The Ghost King was a schemer. He could not return Yi Xianro and Kang Zhan so plainly. It was obvious that both their bodies had been tampered with. But to everyone's surprise, after Yi Xianro and Kang Zhan were caught by Yi Kuangren and Kang Rui respectively, nothing happened. The 2 looked dull and like they lost their soul. No yuan qi, although their breathing, they were like a dead body. Yi Kuangren and Kang Rui carefully examined their situation and found no abnormalities. They still did not dare to take any chances. They handed them over to their respective families and commanded them, lock them away. After arranging that, the 2 men looked up and stared at the 6 great evil kings. Yi family's patriarch and Kang family's patriarch really are vigilant people. The Ghost King smirked with a condescending look. Talk less nonsense. Today, since you dared to show up here, you will die without burial. Yi Kuangren roared. A figure suddenly appeared in front of the 6 great evil kings and interrupted Yi Kuangren's words. After seeing his appearance, the color drained from everyone's faces. Demon Lord Yangbai. No one knew how he appeared here, or even if he had always been here, and only when he decided to show himself had everyone noticed him. You 2 old patriarchs are too uptight. I've not come here today to fight. Yangbai swept his eyes over the crowd faintly. You're not here to fight? Yang Hao coldly snorted. Then what purpose does the Demon Lord and his 6 great evils kings have for coming here? Yangbai said, to talk. Talk. Everyone's expression became weird. All of them never dreamed they would hear such words ever come from Yangbai's mouth. However, Yangbai didn't pay any attention to these awkward faces and instead focused his gaze on Yangkai, carefully examining him as a dignified light flashed across the depths of his eyes, quickly calling out, Martial nephew. It's been some time since we last met. Martial uncle. I trust you've been well since we last met. Yangkai grinned. Yangbai nodded lightly. Your martial uncle underestimated you. I had not anticipated that you would become my greatest enemy. Accomplishing such a feat, martial nephew must have worked hard. Martial uncle thinks too highly of me. Heroes always arise in times of crisis. Rather, martial nephew should be thanking martial uncle for giving me an opportunity to fully display my abilities. We're all one family. There's no need for thanks. Despite his polite speech, it was obvious that Yangbai's face was gloomy and was actually quite unhappy. Although he felt his own methods and judgment were quite good, he had really miscalculated this time. He hadn't thought that a youth like Yangkai could stir up such a great storm. forcing him to personally appear here today. Martial nephew, today, Martial uncle really just wants to talk to you. Yang Bai's expression became serious. Although the strength you've gathered together now probably surpasses that of my holy land, if we were to really fight, how many people do you think will fall? How about we settle things peacefully here today? Good. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. Since Martial uncle is willing to make peace, how could Martial nephew not agree? I don't want to be enemies with a master like you. Martial nephew is really sensible. Yang Bai chuckled. In the next breath, though, Yang Kai's expression became cold as he continued. But before we talk, can Martial uncle offer up his head? My father and Grand Master are really quite interested in it. Impudence! The tyrannical Force King roared. You fucking brat! But before he could finish his words, Yang Bai raised his hand and interrupted him. Slowly shaking his head, Yang Bai sighed and said, It seems like Martial nephew is determined to be enemies with me. His expression seemed to be quite aggrieved, as if he was truly saddened by Yang Kai's decision. Martial nephew, your decisions here will affect the lives of countless people and families. I hope you can think things over carefully. Yang Bai made one last attempt at persuasion. You should ask the members of the 8 great families, ask the people of the central capital, if they are willing to sit and discuss peace with you. Yang Kai shouted coldly. Yang Bai let out a long sigh. If that's the case, then there's nothing more to say. As Yang Bai spoke these words, the air suddenly became tense. Yang Kai stared deeply towards Yang Bai as he roared, Fight! The masters of the 8 great families all rushed up while the cultivators from Yang Kai's house who were hidden amongst the crowd also took action. The 13 blood warriors, Lu Si, Li Yuanchun, Ling Tai Su, and the 10 transcendent realm masters who had joined Yang Kai this past month all pushed their true chi and encircled the 6 great evil kings. With a wicked cackle, the Poison King sent out a cloud of green poisonous gas that quickly enshrouded the area. At the same time, hundreds of resentful spirits emerged from the Ghost King's body, shrieking and howling as they flew towards the central capital's forces. The lightning flash Shadow King transformed into a bolt of lightning and flickered about the battlefield. Almost no one could even detect his movement. Only one shadowy figure followed after him like a maggot on rotting bones. Naturally, it was Ingjiu. Ingjiu, who had broken through to the transcendent realm, was still not as fast as the lightning flash Shadow King, but restricting his movement somewhat was not a problem. The tyrannical Force King let out an earth-shaking roar as he repeated sent out fierce punches. There was nothing fancy about his style, only boxing with pure force, but it still only took him mere moments to pound the Yang family, offering sacrifices to the heaven stage directly into the dust and sink the surrounding land. The Thunderbolt Beast King also let out a strange roar, summoning the nearby 5th and 6th Order monster beasts with the 7th Order monster beast Spider Mother in the lead. At the same time, all the masters from the Ashgrey Cloud Evil Land, whether they flew under their own power or rode ferocious monster beasts, rushed over as well. 5 of the 6 great evil kings immediately began fiercely attacking. Only Shan Qing Luo hesitated, a complicated expression appearing on her face, quietly retreating some distance and only casually sending out waves of true chi to stir up the nearby cultivators. She didn't want to fight this battle, but with Yang Bai here, she had no choice but to act. Unworthy disciple, today is the day you die. Ling Tai Su flew straight towards the Demon Lord and teamed up with a number of the 8 great families' transcendents to attack Yang Bai. Honored Master. Yang Bai glanced at him pityingly, but actually didn't engage in a head-on confrontation, instead turning around and flying off, disappearing in a flash of light. No one knew what he was up to. An unprecedented war had erupted in an instant. The central capital 8 great families, Yang Kai's mansion, and the Ashgrey Cloud Evil Land had all committed almost all of their power to this battle. Centered around the Yang family's forces, various martial skills and artifacts sent out wave after wave of attacks, causing the world energy in the local area to become turbulent. Although the new patriarchs of the 7 families also wanted to participate in this battle, they had no choice but to remain behind, guarded by the strongest masters from their respective families. Before the situation became clear, the 7 families did not feel assured letting them enter the fray. Only Yang Kai, accompanied by Old Demon, shuttled back and forth across the battlefield. Inside his knowledge sea, the solitary golden eye continued to send out a great suction force. Every time an immortal Ascension boundary master died, Yang Kai would absorb the spiritual energy which leaked from their destroyed knowledge sea, as long as he was less than 100 meters away. Yang Kai did not seek trouble with any of the transcendent present. His goal was only the various immortal Ascension boundary masters. Even without Old Demon taking action, Yang Kai was unstoppable. No one in the immortal Ascension boundary was worthy to be his opponent. The Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land only had around a dozen transcendents, less than a fifth the number the 8 great families and Yang Kai's mansion had. Yang Yinghao's initial analysis was right. As long as Yang Kai and the 8 great families joined forces, it was not actually that difficult to defeat the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land. The battle began at noon and continued until the early morning hours of the next day. There were countless deaths and injuries on both sides, but although the 8 great families and Yang Kai's forces suffered great losses, the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land's forces on the other hand were all but decimated. After this battle, it would probably be impossible for the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land to recover. Seeing hope, the 8 great families and Yang Kai's cultivators fought even more valiantly, while the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land's cultivators and monster beasts constantly lost ground. Shan Luo, who was engaged in a frigid battle with a group of masters from the 8 great families, suddenly felt a mysterious aura approach her, causing her heart to clench. Yang Bai suddenly appeared in front of her. "Qing Luo, come with me," Yang Bai calmly ordered, sending out 2 casual palm strikes towards the attackers around Shan Luo. Against Yang Bai's third-order transcendent strength, the powerhouses from the 8 great families were incapable of resisting, all of them spitting blood as they were blown away as easily as paper kites. Shan Luo was dumbstruck but quickly nodded, following behind Yang Bai as the latter flew away. Yang Bai waved his hand and isolated his and Shan Luo's auras. Sweeping his eyes over the battle down below, his expression remained indifferent, seemingly having no intention of intervening. "My lord, what exactly is your objective?" Shan Luo stared at Yang Bai silently for a while, but seeing him not speak, she boldly took the initiative to ask. "My objective?" Yang Bai glanced back at her. "Our Holy Land's disciples have suffered massive casualties, while my fellow evil kings are also in dire straits. Do you not intend on rescuing them?" "Why would I rescue them?" Yang Bai smiled lightly. "What does it matter to me if they live or die?" "Sure enough, Sir Demon Lord only sees the Holy Land's people as pawns." Shan Luo's beautiful eyes flashed a complicated light. "You never cared about the survival of the Holy Land. It's laughable that Ghost King and the others thought that under your leadership, the Holy Land would eventually destroy the 8 great families and become the unchallenged ruler of this world. Naturally, that was only their wishful thinking. I never spoke such words to them." Yang Bai nodded without hesitation. "In that case, why did Sir Demon Lord order me to follow you?" Shan Luo's proud chest heaved up and down with dissatisfaction. "Because I need a woman to stand behind me." Yang Bai glanced at her with great interest, but his eyes were completely limpid and devoid of lust. Shan Luo smiled and quipped back, "I didn't think Sir Demon Lord cared about women. I'm still a man. A man needs a woman," Yang Bai said flatly. "But under the heavens, only you are worth to be my woman. You can rest assured, I will not do anything to you. I only need you to accompany me and witness what is to come. One person always acting alone is somewhat lonesome after all." "Witness? What do you want me to witness?" Shan Luo asked, quite confused. "You'll understand soon, it won't be long now." Yang Bai smiled mysteriously. Shan Luo clearly saw that in the depths of his eyes there was a look of excitement she had never once before seen. Apparently, whatever was about to occur was of great significance to him. "Qing Luo, your relationship with my martial nephew doesn't seem to be simple," Yang Bai seemingly unintentionally said. Shan Luo's heart jumped, but she soon calmed down and calmly replied, "Because of some special circumstances, I am already his woman." Yang Bai was slightly surprised, but didn't seem to care too much, nodding calmly. That's all in the past. From now on, forget about him, although he is quite good. But by following me, you will realize that this world is not as simple as you think, and you will get to see many things and scenes you never imagined before. Shan Qing Luo stared towards Yang Bai curiously, not quite understanding what he meant. Where is Sir Demon Lord? The great roar escaped from the tyrannical Force King's lips as he was being besieged by the transcendents from Yang Kai's house. Although he had astonishing personal strength, 2 fists couldn't block 4 fists. Under the fierce assault from the many masters from Yang Kai's forces, he was slowly being suppressed. Watching as the people from the Holy Land died one by one, yet still not seeing Yang Bai take action, the tyrannical Force King was quite aggrieved. The ash-gray cloud evil land daring to openly attack the central capital was almost entirely because of Yang Bai's overwhelming strength. If not for the Demon Lord, how could these evil kings had stupidly run over here to seek death? I'm afraid Sir Demon Lord has abandoned us. The Ghost King roared fiercely, a huge black cloud that assumed the shape of a giant twisted face surrounding him. Everywhere he went, this giant face would swallow enemy cultivators whole, spewing out fresh blood after it chewed them up. Nearby, the annihilating Poison King went all out, constantly sending out swaths of poisonous gas. But under the siege of so many masters, his efforts were somewhat insufficient. Panting for breath, he laughed miserably and muttered, Sir Demon Lord doesn't care about our lives. Why else in this situation would he have not tried to help us yet? I'm afraid he's already made his escape. Bullshit. The Force King roared hysterically. How could Sir Demon Lord run away? He must be preparing a decisive strike that will utterly destroy these central capital dogs. Idiot! The Poison King and Ghost King both snickered at once. Anyone capable of sitting in the position of Evil King was not a simple character. Each of them was meticulous, cunning, and crafty in their own way. The only exception was the tyrannical Force King, who had no redeeming qualities besides his brute strength. Even now, he was still convinced that Demon Lord Yang Bai was engaged in some kind of strategy to destroy the central capital. Not only did these 5 evil kings not know where Yang Bai was hiding at the moment, even the 8 great families had lost track of him. Many people were actively searching for Yang Bai's figure, but no one caught a single glimpse of him. If a third-order transcendent master wanted to conceal himself, no one here was capable of discovering him. Many even thought that Yang Bai had seen that the situation was hopeless and had really escaped. However, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a sense of foreboding, as if something big was about to happen. Halting his absorption of the spiritual energy remnants for the fallen immortal Ascension boundary masters, Yang Kai quickly sought out the old patriarchs of the 8 great families. After fighting a few rounds in this intense battle, these old patriarchs were currently meditating to recover their strength in preparation to cope with the final confrontation where they would completely smash the ash-gray cloud evil land. When Yang Kai arrived, they were finishing up their final preparations. Great Uncle, Yang Kai walked directly up to Yang Ying Hao and with a dignified expression asked, Do you know why Yang Bai suddenly decided to launch this invasion into the central capital? What is his purpose? Yang Ying Hao was slightly startled and asked back, What do you mean? Yang Kai took a long breath and continued, On the surface, it looks like because the 8 great families encircled the ash-gray cloud evil land some time ago, Yang Bai and the 6 great evil kings are counterattacking for the sake of revenge. This reason also makes some sense. After all these years, the 8 great families and the ash-gray cloud evil land's mutual hatred have reached an irresolvable level. However, I always get the feeling that Yang Bai wouldn't attack the central capital for such a reason. He should know that even if he succeeds, victory will come at a significant cost. If it's not simply because he is bored and is seeking entertainment through slaughter, then there must be something here that the 8 great families have that he wants badly enough to make all these sacrifices worthwhile. Listening to his argument, the 8 old men fell into contemplation as they glanced around at each other. Yi Kuangren eventually postulated, The secret of your Yang family is probably the only thing we have that could pique his interest. Although our 8 great families' heritages are all quite deep, nothing else that we own could possibly arouse Yang Bai's attention. Yang Kai's brow deeply furrowed. Of course he knew they were referring to the Soul Foundation Temple. If Yang Bai's objective was the Soul Foundation Temple, it could barely explain his actions. But soon Yang Kai shook his head. No. If what he wanted was my Yang family's secret heritage, he would not have invaded from the north, but instead directly attacked from the south. The ash-gray cloud evil land's early offense was overwhelming. No matter where they attacked, no family was able to offer any resistance. If Yang Bai wanted to seize the Yang family's Soul Foundation Temple, he would definitely not have invaded from the north. What's more, the secrets of the Soul Foundation Temple were only known to the Yang family's patriarchs and the powerful Transcendent Realm Grand Elders who were about to die. Where would Yang Bai have even inquired about its existence? Please think about it once more. Is there anything in any of your respective families that he would covet? Yang Kai swept his eyes over the 8 former patriarchs. All 8 of them wore dignified expressions and carefully considered the issue again, but in the end they still couldn't come up with a reasonable explanation. With the situation having reached this point, if there was anything in their families that would interest Yang Bai, they would not continue concealing it. Watching everyone's expression, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a bit disappointed. Could it be that his own assumptions were wrong? What exactly was the purpose of Yang Bai's invasion of the central capital? At this moment, Yang Bai's aura, which had disappeared quite some time ago, suddenly re-emerged. Everyone looked up with surprise and, sure enough, Yang Bai was quietly standing midair, his cold eyes overlooking the entire central capital, a burst of laughter like rolling thunder escaping from his lips. Everyone involuntarily stopped their movements and stared towards the source of this laughter. It's time! Suddenly, Yang Bai restrained his laughter and shouted. Yang Kai's heart clenched, the sense of uneasiness he had been feeling becoming much palpable. He didn't know what Yang Bai was talking about, but since he dared to show up now, obviously he had already achieved his goal. 8 great families. Such pitiful existences dare to call themselves by such a lofty title, utter nonsense. Martial nephew, although you are a rare genius, but your vision is not long-term enough. Instead of worrying about such small matters, you should be striving for greater heights instead. Martial uncle will tell you today that this world, and all you think you know, is insignificant. There are many, many things you don't know about or understand. But regardless of all that, Martial uncle really must thank you. If not for your sudden rise, I'm afraid that today's war would not have resulted in so many casualties. Ensuring enough of these ants were slaughtered caused your martial uncle quite a bit of headache. Yang Bai appeared extremely calm and arrogant as he hovered above the battlefield, not placing this world or anyone in it into his eyes. Yang Kai's expression changed as he stared fixedly at Yang Bai. From what he just said, Yang Kai was able to glean some key information. Did Yang Bai know about the mysteries of this world and what lay beyond it? Not giving him any time to ponder the issue, Yang Bai suddenly shouted, "Evil kings, come to me!" The tyrannical Force King rushed toward Yang Bai without hesitation. As for the Poison King, Ghost King, Shadow King, and Beast King, they showed some hesitation, as if they didn't know what they should do. Yang Bai gave them a faint look and chuckled. "What's wrong? Do you want to defy my orders?" The Poison King smiled gloomily and replied, "Sir Demon Lord, I just want to ask, why haven't we seen you since the beginning of the battle yesterday? The Holy Land's forces have suffered a great deal of casualties in your absence. Because I needed them to die. If they didn't die, how could I achieve my goal?" Yang Bai replied casually. "I understand." The Poison King nodded, suddenly cupping his fists. "Sir Demon Lord, you take care. We won't be accompanying you any further." The 4 evil kings had followed Yang Bai to attack Central Capital because they truly wanted to destroy it. Now that there was no chance of them succeeding and seeing Yang Bai acting so indifferently to their situation, how could these evil kings still be willing to remain? Each of them was selfish, insidious, and sinister. Loyalty and honor had nothing to do with them. Finished with what they had to say, the Poison King, Ghost King, Shadow King, and Beast King turned to leave. Since Yang Bai didn't care whether his subordinates lived or died, they naturally would care about his life or death either. As long as they could survive, everything else didn't matter. However, Yang Bai suddenly sneered. None of you can get away. Stand guard for me. Just as his voice resounded, the four evil kings who were preparing to make their escape suddenly froze in place, a look of pain emerging on their face, like they were desperately resisting something. A moment later, their looks all slowly eased and then once more turned and flew to Yang Bai and began tightly guarding him. The masters from the 8 great families all paled. Although none of them were clear what just happened to the 4 evil kings, all of them understood that Yang Bai had used some kind of tyrannical method to forcibly control them. Yang Bai finally took action, waving his hands as a mysterious energy spread through the air, quickly covering the entire central capital. "Stop him!" Yang Kai shouted. It didn't matter what Yang Bai's true purpose was. What was most important right now was to stop him. As soon as this order was given, all the transcendents who could still fight charged into the sky, targeting Yang Bai and the 6 great evil kings. "You're too late," Yang Bai laughed. "From the moment I appeared, there was nothing you could do." As he spoke, the blood of all the people who died throughout the central capital in this battle and all the blood which had seeped into the earth since the beginning of this war sunk into the ground, seemingly drawn down by a vague and mysterious energy. Witnessing this, Yang Bai's face filled with joy as his eyes turned towards a certain place and his hand waved. The blood that had penetrated into the ground was all rushing towards that place. A shocking bloody aura suddenly erupted. Old Demon, who was next to Yang Kai, suddenly wore a dignified expression and quickly said, "Young master, this should be some kind of blood sacrifice ritual." Old Demon was also a master when it came to blood sacrifices, so naturally he could see some clues from this situation. Although his methods were different from Yang Bai's, what was the same was the need for many people to die in order to gather a massive amount of blood. The ash-gray cloud evil land and the central capital's forces had suffered massive casualties these past few months, and the blood of the fallen flowed like a river. Yang Bai now using all this blood to perform some kind of blood sacrifice ritual was really quite luxurious. At least it was many times grander than when Old Demon used his Demon Spectre Saint technique of Old Demon. From deep underground, a loud boom resounded, shaking the entire central capital shook. Everyone's face was filled with shock. Yang Yinghao suddenly seemed to think of something and exclaimed, "Oh no! Could Yang Bai be after what's buried beneath the central capital? What's down there?" Yang Kai hurriedly asked. Yang Yinghao hurriedly explained, "This is a matter only mentioned in the ancient records of our 8 great families. No one has ever confirmed it really exists, but it is said that there is a huge earth vein that runs beneath the central capital. It is because of the existence of this earth vein that my 8 great families took root here. Not only does the Yang family have records of this, the other 7 families should also have them as well." Qiu Shou Chung thought about it and nodded. This old master has also seen this matter mentioned in my family's ancient books. However, it is said that many generations of our ancestors sought out this earth vein. Yet after many years they never found anything. Could it be that it really exists and we were just unable to discover it all this time?" Meng Shiping asked with an ugly expression. The 8 great families had already resided in the central capital for countless years, and although they all had records of the existence of this earth vein, no one had ever seen it, so Demon Lord Yang, by being able to accurately determine its location, made him somewhat uncomfortable. An earth vein? Yang Kai was stunned. Yang Kai had encountered an earth vein before and had even absorbed a great deal of energy from it. On Endless Sea Island's hidden island, there was a tiny earth vein that was all but exhausted and dried up. Yet even that pitiful remnant contained enough energy for him to greatly improve his strength in a very short period of time. Obviously, the earth vein beneath the central capital was not only far grander in size, but was completely intact. If one could find it and enter it, they would be able to obtain an indescribably amount of benefits from it. There's at least an 80% chance this is what he was after all along. Yang Kai nodded gently. Yang Bai was already a 3rd-order transcendent. He had reached his limit, and if he wanted to further improve his strength, he would have to rely on external forces. The huge energy contained within this earth vein was his best option. Although it was still only a guess, it shouldn't be far from the truth. The entire central capital trembled violently as buildings large and small collapsed, and dust and smoke were thrown into the air. It was as if the apocalypse was happening right before everyone's eyes. Even those who didn't understand what was happening realized that this place was no longer safe. The masters from the 8 great families and Yang Kai's mansion all increased the ferocity of their attacks towards Yang Bai again, attempting to interfere with his actions, but the 6 great evil kings were closely guarding him. As long as they couldn't break through the defense of these evil kings, the central capital's forces were powerless to stop Yang Bai. With the exception of Shanqing Luo, the remaining 5 great evil kings were all second-order transcendents, and the Shadow King and Force King had even reached the peak of the second order. With them desperately guarding Yang Bai, disregarding their own safety, their defense was incredibly solid. Shanqing Luo also couldn't be underestimated. Unceasingly pouring her true qi into her fan-shaped mysterious grade artifact, she waved it back and forth in a complex pattern, sending out bursts of fluorescent light. Atop her fan were lifelike portraits of various beautiful women, and as she wielded her weapon, these paintings seemingly leapt from her artifact, each of them barely half-clothed, constantly sending out a rich, amorous appeal, creating a beguiling scenery. Enticing whispers drifted through the air into people's ears, stimulated their deepest hidden desires, driving them to distraction as it brought forth their animalistic instincts. This mysterious great artifact was an heirloom of the beguiling demon queen lineage. Coupled with the profound seduction technique of the beguiling demon queen, few people were capable of maintaining their sanity when targeted by it. Even the strongest transcendent masters would instantly become absent-minded if they lost focus for a moment, falling into an illusory world filled with temptation from which they would be unable to extricate themselves. And at this moment, Shanqing Luo targets were actually the other 5 great evil kings and Yang Bai. The Force King, who was without a doubt the most simple-minded of the batch, suddenly had bloodshot eyes as he breathed hot air from his nose, his lower half clearly pitching a giant tent. The other 4 great evil kings' brows were all deeply furrowed as well, obviously affected by this sudden attack. Cheap slut! The Force King suddenly woke up. The combination of his great strength and simple thoughts had allowed him to escape from Shanqing Luo's seduction technique relatively quickly, roaring angrily as he sent out a devastating punch towards Shanqing Luo. The beguiling demon queen's beautiful face instantly went pale, and knowing she was incapable of resisting this strike head-on, she hurriedly dodged as she withdrew, but half of her body was still struck by the force of the Force King's punch, sending her screaming through the air as she plummeted towards the ground. Yang Bai glanced over at the fallen Shanqing Luo indifferently and shook his head. "Qing Luo, is this your choice? You disappoint me." Shanqing Luo also glared back indifferently, shouting as she allowed herself to fall. "I told you, I am already his woman. Naturally, it's impossible for me to help you deal with him. You'll regret it." Yang Bai sighed slightly. It seems like the peak of the martial Tao is really a cold and lonely place. As he spoke these words, the movement on his hands never once stopped. The masters of the 8 great families moved to take Shanqing Luo's life directly, but they were quickly overtaken by Tang Yuxian. The Blood Warriors knew about the relationship between Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo, so naturally they wouldn't embarrass her. Tang Yuxian charging towards Shanqing Luo was purely to protect her. Seeing Tang Yuxian catch Shanqing Luo and escort her from the battlefield, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao xiao xiao. A huge and unparalleled energy suddenly erupted from the ground. This pulse of world energy was far greater than anything anyone present had ever felt before. It was so potent that it was actually visible to the naked eye, akin to a great geyser of light that burst from beneath the earth, quickly covering the entire central capital. If one were to stand back and observe, the chaotic and fragmented central capital city would actually appear to be engulfed in a beam of light, radiating a heaven-shaking amount of world energy that shot straight up into the sky. Yang Bai laughed joyously before his image flickered as he shot off towards the source of this eruption, quickly disappearing into the ground below, leaving behind the 5 great evil kings to protect this place with their lives. "There really is an earth vein here," Yang Yinghao called out in shock. Seeing this scene, the old patriarchs of the 8 great families suddenly knew that the speculations in their ancient records were not unfounded. Under the central capital there was indeed a huge earth vein. Today, this earth vein has been found and exposed by Yang Bai. No matter what he wants to do with the earth vein, We can't let him succeed, Yang Yinghao said with a dignified expression, shooting off after Yang Bai with the other 7 old men, diving underground at the source of the light beam. Yang Kai's brow wrinkled. We're going as well. Old Demon hurriedly kept up. Inside Yang Kai's mansion. Since arriving in the central capital, Meng Wuya had remained inside Yang Kai's house in order to maintain the heavenly palace. When the eruption of light occurred though, he suddenly wore a surprised and excited look on his face. Leaping into the air, he swept his eyes over the central capital, his smile growing broader with every passing breath, finally exclaiming, "An earth vein!" Soon after, he let out a great burst of laughter. It's really wearing out iron shoes while seeking one's feet. Such great fortune suddenly landing in my lap. Ning Chong, come with me. It's finally time your teacher unlocked the first layer of his seal. Ning Chong was shocked upon hearing these words and quickly nodded. Since the day she became Meng Wuya's apprentice, she had been vigorously cultivating in order to help her master break through the shackles that were sealing his true strength. Xianing Chong also knew that in order to break the first layer of the seal on Meng Wuya, a massive supply of energy was required. It wasn't important what the source of this energy was. As long as the amount was great enough, she could use her special constitution to guide it into Meng Wuya's body and refine the seal inside his body like it was a spirit herb inside a human furnace, thus breaking it down and shattering it. Treating a person as a furnace and the myriad energies within them as medicinal ingredients, this was something only the sacred spirit medicine body was capable of. The master and apprentice duo quickly sought out a crack from which the underground light was erupting and under the guardianship of Meng Wuya, broke into the ground. Above the central capital, the masters from the 8 great families and Yang Kai's mansion were still encircling the remaining cultivators from the ash-gray cloud evil land. From their originally uncountable number, the overwhelming majority had suffered severe injuries or been killed directly until now. Only 100 or so evil land cultivators remained along with some scattered monster beasts. The 5 great evil kings, although still putting up a fierce struggle, were now completely surrounded by dozens of transcendent realm masters, with not path to the sky or gate into the ground. Their deaths were all but inevitable. The situation was gradually becoming clear. Below the central capital, Yang Kai and Old Demon both continually descended towards the source of the light column. It seemed as if there was no end to the underground tunnels, and although they were now essentially bathing in world energy, giving them a pleasant sensation, diving into an unexplored abyss inevitably caused their nerves to tighten somewhat. After a stick of incense worth of time, the pair landed on solid ground once more. Neither of them knew exactly how far underground they were, but without a doubt they have delved a great distance as the sounds of battle were no longer audible and the fluctuations of energy from martial skills and artifact attacks were indescribable. As they scanned the area around themselves, Yang Kai and Old Demon could only see a pure, rich flow of energy, as if they were swimming in a river of world energy. This river of world energy was visible, tangible, and gave off a faint glow, so even though they were deep underground, there was no lack of illumination. Where did those 8 go? Old Demon glanced back and forth but was unable to spot Yang Yinghao or any of the other 7 former patriarchs. That way. Yang Kai noticed a cluster of footprints on the ground and pointed towards a certain direction. Quickly spreading out his divine sense, Yang Kai was surprised to discover that he was only able to sense things in the surrounding 300 meters or so. The rich world energy here was obviously limiting the scope of his divine sense. Walking forward for a short time, Yang Kai suddenly came to a fork in the road, causing him to frown. The earth vein under the central capital extended in all directions, and these underground passages twisted and turned randomly, essentially forming a giant labyrinth. With his divine sense severely restricted down here, Yang Kai knew it would be difficult to seek the trail of the old patriarchs and Yang Bai. The only thing he could do right now was rely on the shallow footprints on the ground in front of him. After passing through several more tunnels and taking a few different forks, even the footprints of the 8 former patriarchs they were tracing disappeared. Yang Kai and Old Demon had now completely lost track of everyone they were seeking, so Yang Kai could only walk forward randomly. Suddenly, Yang Kai came to a stop and turned his eyes back the way they came. "Young master, what happened?" Yang Kai didn't say anything, just remaining in place until after a short time. A slender figure dashed out from behind them. Old Demon was shocked and wanted to block this newcomer, but was quickly stopped by Yang Kai. When the figure approached closer, Old Demon discovered that this person was actually his young master's senior sister, Su Yan. How come you came down here as well? Yang Kai hurriedly pulled Su Yan over. Su Yan and all of the other members of High Heaven Pavilion had been staying inside the Heavenly Palace and had not participated in this final battle against the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land. So when Yang Kai saw her appear at this moment, naturally he was a bit surprised. I came down here chasing after Treasurer Meng and Junior Sister Xia, Su Yan explained. Once I reached this place, I suddenly felt your aura and decided to meet up with you. Are Treasurer Meng and little senior sister down here too? Yang Kai was stunned. What about the house? The house is fine. The Heavenly Palace's barrier is still protecting it. Yang Kai nodded gently, unavoidably feeling some confusion. Why would Treasurer Meng suddenly decide to come down here? He actually even brought little senior sister with him. This set of actions puzzled Yang Kai greatly. Although Meng Wuya was capable of temporarily relieving the seal place on him and regaining the strength of a transcendent, doing so would also result in a severe backlash afterwards. Therefore, Yang Kai had not wanted to let Meng Wuya participate in this battle. Ideally, Meng Wuya would remain inside the mansion and keep the Heavenly Palace running. Never had Yang Kai thought Treasure Meng would take the initiative to run out and come to this underground labyrinth. Since you're here, we'll go together. Yang Kai smiled. Su Yan nodded lightly. The group of 3 people continued their underground exploration, carefully scanning and examining their surroundings. But despite their efforts, they were completely unable to detect the auras of anyone else. Su Yan was able to sense Yang Kai's location down here because of their union of heart and soul, but this method was obviously only applicable between Yang Kai and Su Yan. While Yang Kai was walking about randomly, he suddenly felt that the flow of world energy inside the earth vein suddenly undergo a mutation. The energy that was seemingly freely drifting randomly was now all rapidly surging towards a specific point. It was as if a great vortex had appeared and was madly swallowing the world energy in the earth vein. Let's go take a look. Yang Kai stared in the direction the world energy was gathering and quickly stepped forward. After roughly half an hour, Yang Kai suddenly sensed 2 familiar auras. Startled by this discovery, he once again increased his pace. In a nearby cavern with multiple tunnels connected to it, Yang Kai came across Meng Wuya and Xianxia. Meng Wuya was sitting cross-legged on the floor, his eyes closed and a joyful grin plastered on his face while Xianxia was standing in front of him, her hands uninterruptedly forming a series of mysterious seals. With each new seal she formed, the world energy in the earth vein would surge towards Meng Wuya and enter his body. As if noticing someone approaching, Meng Wuya glanced over nervously, and even Xianxia's movements became somewhat rough, no longer fluidly flowing from one hand seal to the next. After seeing Yang Kai's face though, the pair let out a sigh of relief. Treasurer Meng, what are you doing down here? Yang Kai looked at him in surprise, asking curiously. Unlocking my seal. Meng Wuya replied lightly. Yang Kai's eyes flashed brilliantly. Although Treasurer Meng hadn't said much, it hadn't stopped the former from understanding. There was a profound seal placed on Meng Wuya that limited the cultivation he could display to the peak Immortal Ascension boundary. If he can unlock this seal, he could instead maintain a second-order transcendent cultivation. Congratulations, Treasurer Meng. Yang Kai was also quite happy that Meng Wuya was able to find an opportunity to unlock this seal. Evidently, Demon Lord Yang Bai's schemes had brought about some unexpected benefits. Has Treasurer Meng seen Yang Bai or the 8 great families' former patriarchs? Yang Kai hurriedly asked. Meng Wuya shook his head and said, I haven't. But if you want to find them, Ning Chong can help you. Yang Kai quickly turned his attention to his little senior sister. Xianxia didn't speak, simply nodding lightly and waving her hand gently, releasing a wisp of every that shot off like lightning into a section of underground tunnel Yang Kai had yet to explore. After waiting for a short while, this wisp of energy returned. Receiving this wisp of energy, Xianxia closed her eyes for a moment before opening them and pointing towards a certain direction. Smiling gratefully, Yang Kai turned and walked towards the direction she pointed without the slightest hesitation. Yang Kai, I'll stay behind here to protect Treasurer Meng and junior sister Xia. Su Yan hesitated before saying. She really wanted to travel together with Yang Kai because so far, she had sat out almost every major battle undertaken by Yang Kai. But with Meng Wuya and Xia Chang currently in such a delicate situation, without someone here to stand guard for them, she couldn't feel at ease. If Su Yan stayed, at the very least she could ensure the safety of these two people if any ordinary danger appeared. Yang Kai nodded. Be careful. You as well. Su Yan smiled warmly. Bidding farewell to Meng Wuya and Xia Chang, Yang Kai and Old Demon rushed off in the direction little senior sister had pointed, while constantly sweeping the surroundings with their powerful divine senses. Soon, a cluster of auras appeared inside Yang Kai's perception range. Homing in on to these auras, Yang Kai quickly led Old Demon towards them. Soon, in front of the pair, 9 figures appeared. 8 of them were the old patriarchs of the 8 great families who had been tracking the Demon Lord, while the other one was none other than Yang Bai. When Yang Kai and Old Demon arrived, the two sides were facing off against each other. Although the 8 old patriarchs were also transcendents and had a large numerical advantage, against a master like the Demon Lord they still didn't dare act rashly. Yang Bai's aura at the moment still gave them great pressure. Yang Bai, on the other hand, was quite calm, though a light of excitement could be seen in the depths of his eyes. Although his methods were exceptionally powerful and he had absolute confidence in his own strength, he wasn't eager to take action and was instead just staring at the 8 people surrounding him with a slightly teasing gaze. Seeing Yang Kai and Old Demon suddenly appeared here, Yang Bai smiled even brighter and called out warmly, Martial Nephew is also here. Good, good. Martial Uncle was worried no one would be here to witness this moment. But it seems that my concerns were unwarranted. The more that comes the better. Yang Kai coldly snorted as he stepped forward, staring at Yang Bai with a dignified expression. Martial Uncle, you spent all this time and effort and even sacrificed the lives of all the Ashgrey Cloud Evil Lands Masters just to find this earth vein under the central capital? Precisely. Why? Yang Kai couldn't help asking. This earth vein is fixed below the central capital. Even if you found it, there's no way you'll be able to absorb the energy contained here in short order, so in the end, most of it will be taken away by the 8 great families. Martial Uncle couldn't possibly be so short-sighted as to do something so unprofitable, could he? Yang Bai, however, just stared back at Yang Kai with a tempered expression and nodded gently. It looks like Martial Nephew is smarter than these 8 old fogies. They all think that my purpose here is to absorb the world energy from this earth vein when in fact, they couldn't be more wrong. Even I don't have the ability to absorb this earth vein under the eyes of the entire central capital, nor did I ever have any intention of doing so. Yang Ying Hao and the other patriarchs all wore puzzled expressions when they heard this. All of them had thought that Yang Bai was eyeing the world energy contained in this earth vein, so they hadn't expected him to openly admit he wasn't interested in it. But if he wasn't after this world energy, why had he done all of this? No matter what your purpose is, today, this will be your burial ground. Yang Ying Hao coldly shouted, interrupting Yang Bai's monologue. Yang Bai simply chuckled. With just you people, you don't have the ability to bury me. If I wanted to, I could take your lives at any time. If Martial Uncle is so confident, why are you just standing there spouting nonsense? Yang Kai sneered sarcastically. Like I said when Martial Nephew arrived, I need someone to witness this event. Originally Shan Qing Luo was my preferred candidate. I was also prepared to share this moment with her. But she didn't appreciate my kindness and has instead missed such a good opportunity. Yang Bai slowly shook his head, a look of disappointment spreading across his face. Martial Uncle's interests are really quite distasteful. It matters not. Yang Bai shrugged his shoulders and continued casually, because I must leave this place soon and travel to a higher world. A higher world? The 8 old patriarchs were all stunned, not able to comprehend what Yang Bai was talking about. Old Demon and Yang Kai, on the other hand, suddenly looked pensive. Ignorant fools? Yang Bai muttered, a trace of pity appearing on his face. Do you think that the above immortal ascension boundary is the pinnacle of the martial Tao? Wrong. The above immortal ascension boundary is nothing. This realm isn't even called the above immortal. Ascension boundary. It's just the name you all haphazardly call those of us who had reached this realm. The eight-old patriarch wore shocked expressions. This was something they had never once heard of before, all of them suddenly somewhat looking forward to Yang by continuing to speak, hoping to gain a greater understanding of what kind of realm the above immortal ascension boundary truly was. This boundary is known as the transcendent realm, the point at which one transcends the realm of mortals. Yang Kai said in a snide tone, interrupting Yang Bai's boasting, shaking his head as he continued, "Martial uncle, I thought you were a man of great power and ambition, but listening to you now, it seems like you're just a pitiful fool as well." Yang Bai's eyes suddenly became cold, seemingly not having anticipated that Yang Kai had some understanding of this realm, but quickly recovering and nodding. "Did the man standing behind martial nephew tell you all this?" Old Demon just grinned evilly, neither confirming nor denying this conjecture, simply staring towards Yang Bai sarcastically. Yang Bai flaunting his understanding of the transcendent realm in front of Old Demon was akin to showing off meager skills before an expert. Seeing Old Demon's reaction, Yang Bai said sincerely, "My dear brother, when all things are said and done, the two of us share common roots. My achievements all stem from your current body, so the two of us should be able to understand one another. If you are willing, why do we not join hands?" "No thanks," Old Demon grinned meaningfully. "This old master thinks sticking with young master sounds more promising." "Do you really think so?" Yang Bai asked somewhat disappointedly, yet not giving up. "Although my martial nephew's aptitude is extraordinary, I'm afraid that is only limited to this place. If you come with me, I can show you a broader world." Saying so, Yang Bai suddenly reached out, touched the cave wall behind him, and fiercely poured his true chi into it. At the same time, the energy of the entire earth vein instantly rushed towards this place as well. A moment later, in the position Yang Bai's hand was placed, a small black spot suddenly appeared and began to expand rapidly. Within 3 breaths of time, this small black spot had grown into a black hole a few meters in diameter. A profound and terrifying pressure radiated from this black hole that seemed like it was capable of swallowing everything in this world whole. The old patriarchs of the 8 great families' expressions all filled with shock as they hurriedly retreated, staring at this unknown black hole, wondering just what it was they were witnessing. On the other hand, both Yang Kai and Old Demon's eyes bulged as they involuntarily shouted, "A void corridor?" This time it was Yang Bai's turn to be surprised. He hadn't expected anyone here to be able to recognize this thing. Slowly nodding, "Correct, a void corridor, one that leads to a higher world, one far grander than our own. Compared to this place is nothing more than a backwater land inhabited by barbarians. Here, the world energy is thin and scarce, but on the other side everything is different. On the other side, world energy is much more abundant. It's far more suitable for cultivators to sense the heavenly way and study the martial Tao, allowing one to grow to much greater heights than in this place. My dear friend, as long as you nod, I am willing to let you enter with me and share in the resources of that land." "So that's it." Old Demon suddenly understood. "It seems like you not only inherited this body's cultivation, but its memory as well." "Yes," Yang Bai did readily acknowledge. The body of the Devil Lord under High Heaven Pavilion's coiling dragon stream was currently being used by Old Demon, but earlier on, Yang Bai had obtained the original owner's inheritance and memories, which allowed him to understand the mysteries of the transcendent realm and promote his strength so quickly. It was also likely that the memories of this Devil Lord's body were what guided Yang Bai to the earth vein under the central capital and allowed him to pinpoint the location of this void corridor. His purpose wasn't to destroy the central capital, nor obtain this earth vein. Everything Yang Bai had done was to reach this void corridor. He wanted to leave this place and enter a higher world, allowing him to pursue greater heights of the martial Tao. However, it seems the memories you obtained aren't very complete. Old Demon suddenly smirked. "Why do you say that, my dear friend?" Yang Bai frowned slightly. Jie. Do you really think that the resources over there can be obtained so easily? Do you think that the masters over there are easily bullied? Ha, laughable. Although this place is truly a barbaric land compared to that place, The dangers over there are also far greater than here. Your cultivation isn't bad. In this place you can reign as a king, but over there, at the very most you'll be some unimportant deacon of a major sect or possibly an elder of a minor one. If I were you, I'd choose to stay here and live well rather than go there and slave away for some small profits. Old Demon replied calmly. How do you know so much? Yangbai finally realized that something was wrong. Impossible. The memories that remained in that body were all inherited by me. There's no way you could obtain them again. This old master indeed didn't obtain any memories from this body. Nor do I need them because this old master came from the world over there in the first place. Old Demon smirked and pointed to himself arrogantly. The original owner of this body, if you really want to nitpick, is at least 2 generations younger than me. Yangbai suddenly became pale as they stared towards Old Demon like he was looking at a terrifying ancient monster, the depths of his eyes filling with a profound fear and yearning. All of his current strength and achievements were related to the inheritance he had obtained from this corpse. But now Old Demon had proclaimed disdainfully that this devil lord was nothing more than one of his far-flung younger generation, throwing Yangbai into confusion, completely overturning his understanding of what was happening. You dare deceive me? Yangbai coldly declared. I won't be fooled by such obvious lies. Regardless of who you are, now that things have reached this point, I'll just have to see what the world over there is like with my own eyes. Old Demon slowly shook his head. Truly nothing but another ignorant fool. That's not something you can decide. Yangbai roared, his aura suddenly becoming dangerous. A rich demonic chi erupted from his body, and his usual tempered expression warping into an ugly visage, as if he had suddenly become a completely different person. A true demon. Devil transformation. Yang Kai brushed his finger across his forehead and immediately summoned forth the massive energy stored within his unyielding golden skeleton. As a complex series of black tattoos covered him, the intensity of the demonic chi he released was actually no less potent than that of Yangbai. In fact, it was even more dense and pure. A trace of surprise flashed across Yangbai's eyes as he stared at Yang Kai, his expression slowly becoming dignified. Martial nephew, you having such strength is impressive, even if you are borrowing it from some outside source, but with only an immortal ascension boundary 5th stage cultivation, you can't change anything here. Really? Old Demon took a step forward and guarded Yang Kai, a powerful demonic chi that had the exact same aura as Yangbai's emerging from his body. At the same time, the 8 old men also pushed their true chi to their maximum, their expression cold and menacing, preparing to go all out against Yangbai. However, Yangbai simply laughed. You think you can defeat me simply because you have more people? You're all too naive. Before I leave, I'll let you all experience the might of a 3rd-order transcendent. My dear friend, I have given you a chance, but it seems you intend to stubbornly refuse. The demonic chi in your body, I will gladly accept today. These last words were directed towards Old Demon. When Yangbai escaped from the coiling dragon stream previously, he had not absorbed all of the demonic chi inside the deceased devil lord's body. He had originally planned to consolidate his foundation and then return to absorb what remained at a later date. But this had inadvertently allowed Old Demon to take it for himself instead. Now that another opportunity to refine this demonic chi had presented itself, Yangbai naturally wanted to take it. Finished speaking, Yangbai waved gently, and a thin membrane of multicolored light appeared around his body, covering his form like armor. The martial skills and artifact strikes of the 8 great families' former patriarchs simultaneously appeared and flew towards Yangbai. Unfortunately, this heavy bombardment was only able to cause Yangbai's barrier to tremble slightly. Even attacking all together, they were unable to break his defense. Although all of them knew Yangbai was incredibly powerful, after witnessing this scene, the 8 old patriarchs still couldn't help feeling surprised, each of them wearing a clear look of shock. Old Demon also quickly attacked, a bloody light shooting out from his body, transforming into a blood fog that engulfed Yangbai in the next breath. This blood fog contained all of Old Demon's many years of insights into the martial Dao, a technique that was difficult to defend against, capable of eroding anything in this world. However, Yang Bai only flexed his muscles once and broke through this blood fog. Old Demon coldly snorted and took 3 steps backwards, staring at the man with a solemn expression. The absolute gap in realm was not something that mere experience could make up for. If there was a lot of fresh blood here, perhaps Old Demon could also use his Demon Spectre Saint technique to enhance his strength, but all the blood from the dead and wounded had already been used by Yang Bai. One couldn't make bricks without straw. A fierce dragon's roar suddenly resounded as a huge black dragon appeared behind Yang Kai, shaking its head and swinging its tail as it opened its great maw and bit towards Yang Bai. A flood dragon? Yang Bai didn't spare this apparition a second glance, casually waving his left hand, summoning a huge 7-colored poisonous python out of thin air. This poisonous snake bared its fangs and rushed towards the black dragon, opening its mouth and spraying out a 7-colored light that contained a terrifying evil energy that instantly smashed the approaching dragon phantom. Mediocre, Yang Bai sneered dismissively, calmly taunting. Go on. Release all the strength you can. I must see if any of you are capable of stopping me. I, Yang Bai, only seek the pinnacle of the martial Tao. Good? Evil? As long as it can improve my strength, why would I not take advantage of it? Anyone who dares block my path, I will show no mercy, even if it is the honored master who raised you. Yang Kai stared at him with ice-cold eyes. Although the situation was extremely dangerous, there was not the slightest panic present in his eyes, only an infinite indifference. Old Demon also calmly observed the situation. Although he didn't know what Yang Kai had to rely on, after following him for so long, Old Demon understood that Yang Kai would never act unless he was confident of his success. Quickly pressing down his impulse to escape, he quietly guarded Yang Kai in case any accident occurred. Honored master? Yang Bai sneered. I don't have an honored master. Even as he was speaking, Yang Bai never stopped pushing the evil energy within his body, causing the old patriarchs of the 8 great families to pale and fall to their knees, each of their faces quickly changing colors, their true chi and vitality quickly leaking out and converging toward Yang Bai's body. This absolute repression of the realm gave them a deep understanding of the terrifying strength Yang Bai possessed and made them realize that simply relying on the people gathered here, they had no way to defeat him. Yang Kai, quickly leave this place. I'm afraid that the 8 of us can no longer escape. Yang Yinghao suddenly said, his voice becoming faint and slowly trailing off. If they had known Yang Bai's strength was so horrible, they would never have only come by themselves. Originally they had thought that with their 8 people, even if they had to sacrifice themselves in battle, they would at least be able to bury Yang Bai to along with them, but now they realized that their previous idea was nothing but a ridiculous fantasy. Now all they could do was put their lives on the line to save Yang Kai. No one will escape here today, Yang Bai declared calmly as he faintly shook his head, lifting his finger. A burst of demonic chi shot out and pierced Yang Yinghao's shoulder, causing a burst of blood to spray out. Yang Bai, you attacked and killed your elders and brought shame to the High Heaven Pavilion. Today, on behalf of Grand Master, I will clean up the sect. Yang Kai suddenly roared angrily, his cold indifference rapidly transforming into righteous fury. Yang Bai was temporarily stunned and couldn't help glancing over at him, soon wearing a sneering expression. A trivial immortal ascension boundary 5th stage ant dares to speak to me like this. The young really don't understand how high the heavens are or how deep the earth is. Martial nephew, you'll soon be dead. Are you planning to clean up the sect for that old fart as a ghost? Although they came from the same sect, Yang Bai looked down on Yang Kai quite a bit. He thought that this martial nephew of his only had his current strength because he was borrowing it from some external source. Ha ha! Yang Kai laughed loudly before his grinning face became solemn, shouting loudly, Old Demon! Old Demon responded immediately and without any hesitation rushed towards Yang Bai. Yang Bai looked on disdainful, simply waving his hand towards Old Demon, sending out a violent burst of demonic chi. Old Demon's defense was instantly broken through and was sent tumbling through the air before crashing into the ground. But in the next instant, he climbed up indifferently. He was unharmed. This scene not only stunned the old patriarchs of the 8 great families, even Yang Bai was shocked. However, he quickly collected himself and nodded. That body is truly quite good. Old demon laughed wickedly. Although this old master can't beat you now, you also can't beat this old master. This body is not something you can destroy. Old demon's current body had not only not degraded after lying at the bottom of the coiling dragon stream for hundreds of years, but instead had become even more tempered with age. With Yang Bai's current cultivation alone, he really wasn't capable of destroying it. I was wondering what it was you had to take advantage of. It turns out to only be this. Yang Bai sneered. If that's all you have to show me, then I'll stop playing around with you now. Old demon snorted and charged toward Yang Bai again. Yang Bai curled his lips cruelly and spat disdainfully. Nothing but a brute. Even if your body is tough, you still can't defeat me. You might as well just return that which belongs to me. As he spoke, Yang Bai released an even more ominous aura than before and stretched out his hand to grasp Old Demon's head. But to his surprise, Old Demon didn't even try to evade, simply allowing himself to be grabbed. Humph! Seeking your own death. Yang Bai was overjoyed, instantly circulating his demonic secret art and madly absorbing the demonic chi inside Old Demon. Because their demonic chis had the same source, Yang Bai could freely assimilate Old Demon's strength into his own, and once he was finished, his own cultivation would definitely improve again. He could even use some forbidden methods to refine Old Demon's current body into a puppet. Young Master! Old Demon cried out. He was desperately resisting but was unable to stop the outflow of strength from his body. Regardless of what Yang Kai was planning, now was the best opportunity for him to act. It was only because of his unconditional trust in Yang Kai that Old Demon dared to act so recklessly. Suddenly, a golden chain appeared, and with it a blazing aura akin to the shining sun burst forth. Whether it was Old Demon or Yang Bai, when this aura swept over them, the demonic chi in their bodies trembled fiercely. This chain was not long, nor was it particularly eye-catching, but it radiated a power that could not be ignored as it shot forth towards Yang Bai. Devil's Sealing Chain? Yang Bai's face instantly went pale as he shouted in surprise, quickly releasing Old Demon as he hurriedly tried to escape. Yang Kai sneered and used his divine sense to guide Golden Devil's Sealing Chain forward like a snake, instantly entangling Yang Bai. Xiailala. A burst of sound like salt hitting hot oil came out as Yang Bai pushed his demonic chi furiously, trying to free himself, but ultimately he was unable to break free from Devil's Sealing Chain, and a constant stream of black smoke leaked from his body. On the other hand, the Golden Devil's Sealing Chain, as if it was without physical form, gradually disappeared into Yang Bai's body, leaving behind only a faint brilliance. Martial uncle, you're far too negligent. Yang Kai sneered sarcastically. Since we acquired the body of the Devil Lord, obviously the Devil's Sealing Chain that was used to bind it fell into my hands as well. This thing should be your nemesis. Yang Bai's face twisted with rage and anger as he glared hatefully towards Yang Kai. Devil's Sealing Chain, an artifact designed specifically to suppress demonic chi. It was capable of sealing the original Devil Lord, so the current Yang Bai was obviously not its match. On top of that, regardless of whether it was Yang Bai or Old Demon, their current strength was almost entirely inherited from original Devil Lord's body. As if it too was being suppressed by the Devil's Sealing Chain, Yang Bai's arrogant aura quickly converged and the vast majority of his strength was locked inside his body. The situation had taken a dramatic turn and everyone, aside from Yang Bai, was pleasantly surprised, none of them having anticipated such an outcome. Old Demon gazed towards Yang Kai both happily and slightly panic-stricken, musing to himself that trusting this young master of his was the right decision. Even he had forgotten about the existence of the Devil's Sealing Chain, so when Yang Kai suddenly brought it out this time he was also caught off guard. Martial uncle, how much of your strength can you use now? Yang Kai took a step forward imposingly. Because of you, High Heaven Pavilion is now in a very miserable state. Grand Master was nearly killed by you, and my father was forced to endure years of suffering because of your treachery. Putting aside your wanton destruction of the central capital, for the damage you did to High Heaven Pavilion alone you must pay a heavy price, and the time has come to settle your debts. In your dreams, Yang Bai roared hysterically. Do you think this trivial Devil's Sealing Chain can hold me? Perhaps if you were a bit stronger you might be able to threaten me. but with your current cultivation you have no chance. The prestige any artifact can display is directly related to the strength of its wielder. Didn't you ever learn something so basic? Saying so, Yang Bai's hands both stretched out and a seven-colored radiance bloomed once more, wreaking havoc like a great storm. At the same time, a figure shot out and jumped towards the void corridor. Obviously Yang Bai was planning to leave here first and worry about seeking revenge later. Where are you trying to run to? Yang Kai shouted, his body flickering as he increased his speed to the limit. Arriving at the entrance of the void corridor, he glared coldly towards Yang Bai as he pushed his true chi fiercely. Get out of my way! Yang Bai roared, raising his hand to strike Yang Kai's chest. The hand was moved like a serpent, striking with blinding speed and power. Honk! With a bang, Yang Kai's body was forced back and a trace of blood leaked from his mouth. But Yang Bai was also forced to retreat several steps. Ha ha ha! Yang Kai laughed loudly. Martial uncle, you can only display the strength of a first-order transcendent now. Let's see how you try to escape. As he shouted, a huge pulse of divine sense welled up and the small sword inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea and, under the urging of his vast spiritual energy, exuded a cold chill as it rushed towards Yang Bai. Yang Bai was shocked by this sudden attack and didn't dare to face it head-on, hurriedly retreating. Old Demon laughed wickedly and transformed into a bloody light, launching his own attack towards Yang Bai. Having recovered slightly the 8 great families, old patriarchs also contributed what strength they had to this battle. In an instant, Yang Bai was surrounded and became badly battered from all sides. With the devil sealing chain suppressing him, Yang Bai was only able to display strength equivalent to a first-order transcendent. Obviously, he was no longer the opponent of Yang Kai's group. Every time he tried to escape into the void corridor, he would be swiftly intercepted. Yang Bai's face became sullen. He had been anxiously awaiting the moment he would step into the higher world, since the moment he obtained the Devil Lord's inheritance and memory below the coiling dragon stream. He had conquered the entire ash-gray cloud evil land and invaded Medicine King's Valley, all in preparation to battle the 8 great families. He had been planning and plotting for so long, and now that he was mere steps from achieving his goal, he was suddenly tied down by the devil sealing chain and repeatedly beaten back. The madness and unwillingness that filled his heart could easily be imagined. But in the end, he still had the foundation of a third-order transcendent, so although he was in the midst of a crisis, Yang Bai would not easily be defeated, continuously using a variety of profound and mystical means to repel his attackers. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as the battle dragged on, eventually not colliding with Yang Bai head-on anymore, instead focusing all his attention on controlling his soul-type artifact as he carefully observed the trapped and enraged Yang Bai. Suddenly, a tyrannical aura from far away quickly approached. Perceiving the particular fluctuations of this aura, Yang Kai immediately smiled and turned his eyes towards this newcomer. Sure enough, Meng Wuya's figure appeared a moment later, a look of joy and excitement filling his face, the imposing aura radiating from his body incomparably stronger than in the past, even more so than when he had released his seal several months ago. Behind him, Su Yan and Xianxia also quickly appeared. Obviously Meng Wuya had broken through the shackles that were sealing his strength and had restored his transcendent realm cultivation. Yang Kai estimated that Treasure Meng was now a peak third-order transcendent. Although he could only vaguely sense this, Yang Kai was still convinced his judgment was correct. When Meng Wuya arrived, he didn't speak any nonsense and immediately held out his hand, causing an invisible pressure to press down on Yang Bai's body like a great mountain, making it difficult for the latter to even lift his arms. Seizing this opportunity, the old patriarchs of the 8 great families and Old Demon launched an all-out attack, quickly riddling Yang Bai's body with bloody wounds. How can this be? Yang Bai stared towards Meng Wuya, who had just appeared, in complete disbelief. He couldn't believe that this person who he had never even heard of several months ago could have the same cultivation and strength as him at his peak. Martial uncle, your time of death has arrived, Yang Kai coldly declared. Yang Bai's face was ashen as madness filled the depths of his eyes. Having reached a dead end, he suddenly let out a crazed laughter and roared, "Ignorant fools! If I am destined to die here today, All of you will be accompanying me to hell. Shouting so, Yang Bai's demonic chi and aura suddenly fluctuated wildly, and his body rapidly bloated, his complexion turning bright red as blood gushed out from his 7 orifices. The ominous pressure pulsing through the air instantly sent chills down everyone's back. Meng Wuyer's expression immediately became solemn as he hurriedly shouted, "Stop him! He's trying to detonate all the true qi in his body." Yang Kai's face also changed greatly, injecting all of his spiritual energy into his small sword soul-type artifact and striking towards Yang Bai's head. Unfortunately, Yang Bai's spiritual energy was too powerful and Yang Kai failed to break the former's knowledge C's defense. Meng Wuya twisted his hand and manipulated the pressure he was exerting on Yang Bai to snap the latter's neck. Yang Bai's insane laughter abruptly halted and the light in his eyes quickly dissipated. But the violent demonic chi still exploded fiercely. Hong! The 8 great families' old patriarchs who were all in close proximity to Yang Bai coughed up blood as they were flung out while old demon cried out in pain and was actually thrown into the void corridor. In the next moment, the huge amount of world energy contained in the central capital's earth vein began fluctuating violently, as if reacting to the violent explosion of Yang Bai's demonic chi. At the same time, a strange force swept over. Feeling this odd sensation, Meng Wuya was stunned and glanced around, quickly fixing his eyes on the open void corridor and exclaiming, "How can there be a void corridor here?" Seeing this, even the incredibly powerful Meng Wuya suddenly went pale with fright. Recovering from his initial shock, Meng Wuya quickly shot towards Su Yan and Xianing Chong, pushing his true chi furiously to protect them while shouting, "Yang Kai, follow me, quickly!" As he spoke though, his figure shot into the void corridor. Although Yang Kai didn't know why Treasurer Meng was so panicked, it didn't stop him from understanding that the situation was bad. Yang, by exploding his demonic chi, had caused a change in the central capital's earth vein that would ultimately lead to a devastating disaster. One that even Meng Wuya had no confidence in withstanding. If he wanted to survive now, the only option was to enter the void corridor and travel to the world on the other side. Hearing the urgency in Meng Wuya's shout, Yang Kai didn't hesitate and flew over towards the void corridor as he called out, "8 seniors, you come too," as he shouted Yang Kai dove into the void corridor. At this moment, the pitch-black void corridor seemed to become unstable and numerous cracks began to appear in it. A strange power soon began flooding out from the void corridor. Yang Kai had once before witnessed the horrifying power of a collapsing void corridor. When the void corridor below the coiling dragon stream became unstable and shattered, many Chiu family and Purple Fern Valley Immortal Ascension boundary masters were literally vaporized by the power of the void, while one was even less fortunate and survived long enough to watch himself be sliced in half. Half of his body was sent to the ash-gray cloud evil land, while the other half was swallowed by the void. The scene was extremely horrific and terrifying. The power of the void was not something people could resist. And right now, the void corridor in front of him was collapsing under the impact of Earth Vein's unstable world energy. Yang Kai's expression went blank as he quickly summoned his bone shield and poured in every last bit of true chi he could to protect himself. An anxious voice called out to him from in front of him front. Naturally it came from Meng Wuya, but Yang Kai was unable to see him. A strong burst of energy suddenly swept over Yang Kai like a great wave, blinding his sight. In the darkness, all he was able to feel was a huge impact followed by many sharp blades smashing against his bone shield that forced him back repeatedly. Overwhelmed by the severe pain, Yang Kai's consciousness rapidly blurred and he quickly passed out. Since the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land's defeat where 4 great evil kings died and Demon Lord Yang Bai disappeared without a trace, 6 months had passed. Over these past 6 months, the entire central capital had lain in ruins. At the end of that great battle, some kind of shocking explosion occurred deep underground and the entire central capital collapsed down several dozen to several hundred meters. Now looking at it, the once grand central capital city had seemingly been transformed into a deep valley. Nearly every building in the city collapsed and the number of people injured or killed was simply uncountable. Only Yang Kai's mansion, still protected by the Heavenly Palace, remained completely intact. In that battle, the old patriarchs of the 8 great families had also disappeared and to this day, No one knew where they had gone, but everyone knew that they had likely met an untimely end. What made the 8 great families even more aggrieved, though, was that Xianxia had also disappeared. This rising star of the central capital had surged to prominence during the Inheritance War, repeatedly creating miracles, leading his allies to fight against the other Yang family young lords, force back the 8 great families, and finally even destroying the invading ash-gray cloud evil land forces. Although he was only 20 years old, he was already a legendary figure. With both the previous and current Yang family patriarchs disappearing, Yang Zhao, the Yang family's second young lord, assumed the role of leader and together with the other 7 young patriarchs and set about restoring the central capital. But given the immense scale of the central capital, if they wanted to completely rebuild it, more than a decade would be required. The only upside in all of this was that after the war, the entire central capital became a cultivation paradise where the world energy was several times denser than average. For this reason, disciples of countless sects and families also flocked to the central capital to help with the reconstruction work and cultivate. Standing silently amongst the ruins, Qiu Yimeng swept her gaze around slowly, a deep sadness apparent in the depths of her eyes as, behind her was the famous central capital wolf. Xingchen seemed to have matured a lot these past few months and stood quietly by Qiu Yimeng, only speaking after a long while. Good people don't live long while a scourge lasts 1,000 years. Don't worry too much. Young Lord Kai must be hiding somewhere while quietly watching us scurry about. Qiu Yimeng muttered. Really? Then why hasn't he appeared yet? It's been half a year already. Xingchen remained silent. If Yang Kai was really okay, he should have shown himself long ago. But now half a year had passed and no one had so much as caught a glimpse of him. Not only was Yang Kai's whereabouts unknown, but the mysterious powerhouse Meng Wuya, Su Yan and Xianing Chong of the High Heaven Pavilion, and even Old Demon had also yet to surface. It was almost as if during that great upheaval they had all just vanished into thin air. Qiu Yimeng couldn't even find someone to ask about what had happened. Xingchen, do you think he already died? Qiu Yimeng's eyes began filling with tears as she bit her lower lip and asked. Yang Kai die? Xingchen laughed. If young Lord Kai really died, everyone in this place would probably had already died as well. Don't worry about him. Just protect yourself well and wait for him to come back one day. Then you can give yourself to him as a welcome home present. Shameless! Qiu Yimeng glared angrily at him. Xingchen grinned meaningfully and stared out across the ruins in front of him, his eyes also flashing a trace of loss and confusion. Young Lord Kai, where are you? If you really died, then so be it. Everyone will certainly mourn your passing greatly. But if you haven't died, hurry up and show yourself. Many people here are worried about you. Even the eyes of the Hua family young lord became slightly damp as his mood became somewhat gloomy. Early morning on the ancient Cloud Island. Ancient Cloud Island was one of a few first-class forces in the Endless Sea Islands. The sect spanned more than a dozen islands, large and small, each one rich in world energy which allowed countless precious treasures to be produced. As long as its disciples cultivated diligently, they would not lack prospects. Although Ancient Cloud Island was not comparable to Supreme Solitary Sect, the only thing it was truly missing in order to become a superforce was a transcendent powerhouse. A few years ago, though, after Ancient Cloud Island recovered its Broken Moon transformation art, the supreme secret art it had lost 300 years ago, the island lord Gu Feng began vigorously cultivating both himself and the sect's elite disciples in hopes that out of these core members, some of them with exceptional aptitude and opportunities could reach the transcendent realm and elevate Ancient Cloud Island to the same level as Supreme Solitary Sect. Although this goal is very ambitious and could not be accomplished in short order, Gu Feng believed that with the help of the Broken Moon transformation art, there would come a day when this dream would be fulfilled. Today, the sea breeze gently blew, carrying a natural and refreshing taste with it. Ancient Cloud Island elite disciple, Zhong Miao woke up from a night of meditation, jumped out of bed lightly, opened her door, and walked out. After leaving her simply dwelling, she walked over to a nearby hut and gently knocked on the door while calling out, Junior brother, time to get up." When the door opened, a young man's face appeared from inside. Glancing into the opposite party's weather-beaten and tempered eyes, Zhong Miao couldn't help feeling slightly lost. She couldn't understand why this junior brother of hers, who was less than 20 years old, seemed so mature and experienced. Whether it was his demeanor or the way he carried out his work, there was no trace of the usual frivolous markings a young man should have, and when he spoke, his words were often profound and thought-provoking. "Senior sister, good morning," the young man said with a pleasant smile. Zhong Miao gently nodded, her rich twin peaks undulating slightly, creating fascinating scene, smiling gently. "I thought you were still asleep. Quickly get ready. Elder Han is coming to see his peacocks today, so we have to help those little guys get washed up. Otherwise, when Elder Han arrives, he'll punish us." Yang Kai nodded and returned to his room to get ready. In this remote corner of ancient Cloud Island, Zhong Miao's job was to look after a few noble peacocks. These peacocks were not precious animals or even monster beasts. They were simply ordinary peacocks that were owned by Elder Han Chao of ancient Cloud Island. Han Chao was an Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage Master, which was neither strong nor weak in ancient Cloud Island, but he was quite famous around the sect. Because these peacocks were raised by his late wife, after her death, Han Chao treated them like true treasures and had specially arranged for some of the sect's disciples to care for them. Together with Zhong Miao, Yang Kai came to the place where the peacocks were located and, with the fresh water they brought, began cleaning the stains from their delicate feathers. Glancing around at this somewhat familiar island, Yang Kai couldn't help chuckling to himself. He hadn't expected that when the void corridor collapsed it would actually send him here. Half a year ago, when Zhong Miao was out for a walk, she had fished him out of the sea near ancient Cloud Island. When the void corridor collapsed, the power of the void had almost shredded his body to pieces, and if it had not been for his bone shield's protection, he would certainly have died. After being rescued by Zhong Miao, it had taken half a month for his injuries to slowly stabilize. But Yang Kai was in no hurry to return to the central capital. The situation had been decided and it didn't matter if he returned or not. So he took this opportunity to stay here and relax his tightened nerves. Out of a pure innocent kindness, Zhong Miao begged Elder Han Chao to arrange a status for Yang Kai in ancient Cloud Island, allowing him to become a sort of trial disciple who was responsible for taking care of the peacocks. "It seems we're really predestined friends," Yang Kai secretly thought as he reflected on the last time he had visited ancient Cloud Island. "Senior sister, you're an elite disciple in the sect, right? You should be able to live in a better place to cultivate, so why are you staying here to take care of the peacocks? Isn't that a little odd?" Yang Kai asked Zhong Miao as he busied himself cleaning the bird in front of him. Zhong Miao nodded gently. She wasn't a great beauty, her face was slightly freckled, but she was no doubt tall and graceful and her twin peaks were proud and tall, so spending time with her was in no way boring. Most importantly though, this senior sister of his was especially kind. This was apparent from the way she had saved Yang Kai from the sea and even used her personal relationships to arrange a place for him on ancient Cloud Island. As for Yang Kai, he simply told her he was a fisherman who inadvertently fell into the sea and had been carried away from his boat. "Although Island Lord and several of the elders wanted me to move to Shinfeng Island where the world energy is much more abundant, I don't want to go." "Why not? People seek greater heights as surely as water flows to the sea. Could it be that senior sister is simply reluctant to part with these peacocks?" Yang Kai teased. "No, that's not the case." Zhong Miao slowly shook her head, her eyes suddenly gazing off into the distance as if she was recalling some far-off memories. "Only speaking after a long time, I chose to remain here in the hope that one day I can repay a debt of gratitude." "Repay a debt of gratitude?" Yang Kai was astonished. "Did I tell you that your senior sister used to have quite a low place in the sect before? Not only was my status poor, but others would often bully me." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "One day thought all of that changed," Zhong Miao said fondly, standing up from her work and wiping away the sweat on her forehead as she recalled. "One day, I woke up, and as I was preparing to feed the peacocks, I found a dagger stuck into my door. Attached to that dagger was a letter." "A letter?" Yang Kai raised an eyebrow. "What was written on it?" There was a single line of text written on the letter itself, and inside of it was a single old yellowed parchment. Zhong Miao smiled faintly. The text told me to hand over the contents of the letter to Island Lord and the Island Elders. Hearing this, the look on Yang Kai's face suddenly became strange, suddenly feeling like the story was familiar to him. After glancing at the yellowed parchment, I immediately complied with the letter's request. Zhong Miao grinned. After that, by following the instructions inside the letter, inside Red Cloud Sect, Island Lord and the Elders actually found our sect's broken moon transformation art that had been lost more than 300 years ago. Because of this great merit, Island Lord allowed me to take a large amount of pills from the pill hall and even arranged for me to cultivate in the Cloud Spirit Cave for more than a year. It was because of this generous reward that I have my current cultivation. As Zhong Miao spoke of these events, her voice grew louder and more excited and her eyes seemed to flash a brilliant light. Holding her hands over her slightly heaving chest, she continued, "If it weren't for that letter, I would still be the past me, a nobody who was constantly bullied by others. I don't know who put that letter on my door, but I know that because of him, my status, my whole life changed dramatically. And for that, I want to thank him from the bottom of my heart." Yang Kai couldn't help coughing awkwardly, his face slightly twitching. That all seems like such a big coincidence. And Zhong Miao can be nodded repeatedly. It really was all just a coincidence. After all, Ancient Cloud Island is so big. Yet he left that letter here with me. So even though I've become an elite disciple, I don't want to leave this place. I want to stay here and wait for that person to reappear. Wait for him to reappear? Yang Kai's face twitched even more awkwardly. And I want to personally offer him my thanks? Zhong Miao said confidently before her voice suddenly became quiet and her cheeks blushed. And if he wants, I'd also like to marry him. Wha? Yang Kai was shocked, hastily saying, "But you don't even know if that person was a man or a woman, do you?" Taking a moment to calm herself down, Zhong Miao thought about it for a while before saying, "If she is a woman, then I'll become her sworn sister and follow her lead for the rest of my life. But if he's a man, he." As she spoke these words, her face became incomparably gentle and her eyes flashed a warm light. Now leaking a bit of cold sweat, Yang Kai hurriedly objected. "But what if he's a man with 3 wives and 4 concubines already and is an incurable womanizer? Of what if he has an evil and wicked personality and a disfigured face? A man who cruelly kills others like flies without batting an eye? Junior brother, you're not allowed to say anything bad about him." Zhong Miao turned around and glared at Yang Kai. "No matter what his personality is, or what he looks like, he is my life's benefactor. He gave me this opportunity. To me, he is the best person in the world. As long as he appears again before me, I will definitely go with him." Yang Kai once again wiped the cold sweat from his brow and muttered, "Then he probably won't ever appear in front of you again." "Junior brother, what do you mean?" Zhong Miao's aura suddenly became dangerous as she aggressively stepped towards Yang Kai, her expression quite gloomy. "Do you mean that senior sister can't enter that man's eyes?" "I didn't say that," Yang Kai cried out, silently complaining in his heart. "Then you mean that senior sister is too ugly?" "Humph. Even if senior sister isn't a big beauty, is she not even worthy to be a maidservant? N. Senior sister is pretty enough." Yang Kai nodded his head vigorously, like a chicken pecking rice. "That's right, hee." Zhong Miao smiled happily and stopped looking for trouble with Yang Kai, lightly saying, "Hurry up and finishing washing them. Elder Han will be here soon." Yang Kai was about to nod, but suddenly his expression cramped. Turning his eyes towards the sky for a moment, he quickly wore a bitter smile. "Senior sister," Yang Kai called out. "What?" Zhong Miao looked over in confusion, but upon meeting eyes with Yang Kai, she suddenly saw a glint of light and became incredibly drowsy, her tender body slowly slumping over. Yang Kai flickered over and caught her, lifting Zhong Miao in his arms, gently carried her into her room, and then returned. 2 slender figures quickly appeared in front of Yang Kai, the leading one an enchanting beauty that seemed to be the epitome of charm and grace. It was none other than the beguiling demon queen, Shanqing Luo, who was naturally followed by Luo. Silently staring at Yang Kai for a while, Shanqing Luo gnashed her teeth and spat. Little bastard, everyone in the entire central capital is worried sick about you, searching all over for any trace of your whereabouts, but you're actually hiding out here, shaking up with some unknown woman, enjoying a carefree and pleasant life free of worries. Humph. No matter where you go, it seems you never change. As she spoke, a thick meaning of blame spread across her face. What? Nonsense! Yang Kai retorted furiously. How dare you slander me so viciously? Humph, mistress, just kill him directly. Death ends all troubles. Bai Luo snorted while gesturing threateningly like a little tiger, glaring hatefully at Yang Kai. Yang Kai glanced over at her and unconsciously fixed his eyes on her thin, luscious lips, grinning strangely as he said, I haven't touched a woman for a very long time. Don't try to rile me up. Doing so won't end well for you. Bai Luo's beautiful face instantly went pale and she quickly hid behind Shanqing Luo, bullying the weak by relying on the strong. With mistress here, you won't dare act so impudently with me. Enough! Shanqing Luo cut in and stepped forward, staring straight at Yang Kai and saying, They all thought you died. Only I knew that you were still alive. You little bastard. You really know how to make others worry about you. Yang Kai was still marked by Shanqing Luo's soul-seeking seal, and although with his current cultivation, Yang Kai could easily smash it, he hadn't done so, so Shanqing Luo was naturally able to find him. What's with that little girl? Shanqing Luo asked as her beautiful eyes peered around the building. Her and I have some complicated origins. She was the one who saved me a while ago. Yang Kai explained casually. Have you made a move on her yet? Shanqing Luo squinted slightly, her mouth curling into an ambiguous smile. What do you think, I am some kind of beast? Yang Kai rolled his eyes, his expression quickly becoming serious. How is the central capital? Everything is fine, except for the fact that you are missing. Moreover, a few people who are close to you also disappeared. Many people wanted to find them in order to ask about your situation, but when they were unable to find any of them, they became concerned. Yang Kai nodded lightly. This situation had apparently developed within his expectations. Seeing Yang Kai's expression not containing much sadness, Shanqing Luo quickly understood. The others who had close relationships with him likely hadn't died and were simply missing, otherwise Yang Kai's demeanor wouldn't be so relaxed. That day, what happened beneath the central capital? What happened to Yang Bai? Shanqing Luo hesitated before asking nervously. It's a long story, Yang Kai replied with a forced smile, not wanting to say any more right now. As for Yang Bai, he's already dead. Dead. Shanqing Luo's pair of enchanting eyes flashed with joy and excitement. Good. I watched him die with my own eyes. Yang Kai grinned. Bai Luo clenched her hands into fists and excitedly shouted, Wonderful! Since Yang Bai died and you survived, why didn't you return to the central capital this past half a year, but instead stayed here? Shanqing Luo stared towards Yang Kai faintly. What are you trying to avoid? I'm not avoiding anything. Yang Kai shook his head and stated calmly. If I went back to the central capital right away, everything there would fall under my command. Qiu Yimeng and the others would regard me as their leader without any question and wouldn't step up to express their own opinions. But if I'm not there, all of them can display their own abilities to the fullest as the new leaders of the 8 great families. Moreover, Yang Kai also needed some time to sort through his own thoughts and decide his next course of action. So he had been idling here in the Endless Sea Islands for half a year. Do you want to fade out the sights of those in the central capital? Shanqing Luo asked thoughtfully, understanding some of the meaning in Yang Kai's words. You could say that Yang Kai didn't deny it, because I'm afraid I'll be leaving this place soon, so I don't want them to become too reliant on me. Once I'm gone, such dependence won't do them any good. Where do you plan on going? The beguiling demon queen suddenly became nervous. She didn't know why, but she instinctively felt that when Yang Kai left this time, she would never be able to meet him here again, causing her heart to fill with sorrow and grief. When the time comes, I'll tell you, Yang Kai smiled faintly. But since you found me today, I should go back to the central capital and take a look at it. Saying so, he suddenly turned his eyes to the side and called out, Elder Han, since you've already come, you might as well show yourself. Shanqing Luo also flashed an enchanting smile as she turned her beautiful eyes towards the same direction and stared calmly. Han Chao had been here for quite some time, having arrived at almost exactly the same time as Shanqing Luo. However, a breathtakingly stunning woman like Shanqing Luo suddenly appearing on ancient Cloud Island undetected had caused Han Chao to become a little vigilant, so he secretly hid himself nearby in order to spy on her. He wanted to at least uncover the identity of Shanqing Luo before showing himself. However, obviously she had long ago noticed his presence. Han Chao was shocked, immediately realizing that the strength of this young woman was actually much higher than his own. How else would she have easily detected him? Without any hesitation, he leapt from his hiding spot and tried to escape. At the same time, he loudly shouted, intending to send out a warning to the rest of the island. Yang Kai looked helplessly towards Shanqing Luo and nodded. Giggling lightly, Shanqing Luo gently lifted her hand and pointed a delicate finger towards Han Chao, sending out a thread of silk that instantly wrapped around him as he tried to fly away. Han Chao quickly fell to the ground, his true chi completely sealed. Scrambling up from the dirt in the next moment, his eyes trembled violently as they stared towards Shanqing Luo in terror, crying out in a hoarse voice, Above Immortal Ascension Boundary? Han Chao was an Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th stage cultivator. So even a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master wouldn't be able to completely disable him with a single attack. Only someone who had broken through to the above Immortal Ascension Boundary could accomplish this. Han Chao wasn't stupid, so he immediately guessed what Shanqing Luo's true cultivation was. His heart quickly flooded with fear. He had no idea what reasons this incredibly powerful otherworldly beauty had for suddenly coming to ancient Cloud Island. Yang Kai walked over and stood a good 10 meters away from him, staring towards him casually. Let him go. Yang Kai calmly asked the beguiling demon queen. Shanqing Luo smiled charmingly, and with a quick flick of her wrist untied the spider silk that was binding Han Chao. Han Chao stared towards Shanqing Luo with a stern look for a moment, but not sensing any hostility from her, he relaxed slightly and politely asked, Your Excellency, what brings you to my ancient Cloud Island? She came here looking for me? Yang Kai replied. Elder Han doesn't need to be nervous. She won't bring any harm to ancient Cloud Island. Looking for you? Han Chao was dumbstruck, sweeping his eyes over the seemingly common youth in front of him, unable to wrap his head around the situation for quite a while. Since entering ancient Cloud Island, Yang Kai had always seemed like a common mortal with no trace of cultivation, so Han Chao had readily believed he was just an ordinary fisherman. It was only because Zhong Miao begged him that he allowed Yang Kai to live on ancient Cloud Island while taking care of his peacocks, so he had never imagined that such a person would suddenly be sought out by an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. And right now, this above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master even seemed to be quite obedient towards him. Who is he? Han Chao couldn't help asking himself as he stared towards Yang Kai. Han Chao suddenly felt as if he saw a grand mountain shrouded in mist behind him, simultaneously exuding a suffocating pressure and air of mystery. Just as he was about to open his mouth again to speak, the sound of clothes flapping in the wind resounded. Han Chao's earlier shout had alerted many others on ancient Cloud Island, and Island Lord Gufeng and several other elders had rapidly rushed over. Gufeng was a tall, burly man with a strong physique and a valiant face. He was a peak Immortal Ascension Master, while the other elders who accompanied him were mostly Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th or 9th stage cultivators. These people were the most powerful masters on ancient Cloud Island and were its true foundation. Elder Han, what happened? Gufeng landed quickly and immediately asked, the other elders also wearing faces filled with curiosity and vigilance. But before Han Chao could reply, Gufeng suddenly caught sight of Shanqing Luo and cried out in shock, Can such a beautiful woman truly exist? Not only was Gufeng thoroughly stunned, all the other elders also felt like they were hit by a wave of vertigo. Such was the power of Shanqing Luo's charm. As long as it was a man, he would be unable to resist. After blurting out these dumbstruck words, Gu Feng laughed heartily. Where did Elder Han find her? This island master will gladly accept her into his room as his concubine. Saying so, he rushed over towards Shan Qingluo. Island master, you must not. Han Chao's face instantly drained of all color and desperately tried to stop Gu Feng. Bang! A muffled sound rang out, and before anyone could react, Gu Feng was sent hurtling through the air, a panic-stricken scream leaking from his lips all the way until he fell into the nearby sea, causing a great splash as he hit the surface. No one understood how Gu Feng was attacked. All they had seen was Shan Qingluo's hand flicker slightly before he was sent flying. Above Immortal Ascension boundary? The other gathered elders cried out in shock, their dazed looks suddenly filling with fear, none of them daring to underestimate the young woman standing before them anymore. Han Chao's mouth remained open as he stared towards the point where Gu Feng fell into the water, cold sweat once again pouring down his forehead. Finished. Their island lord had actually sexually harassed an above Immortal Ascension boundary master. Today, ancient Cloud Island would see rivers of blood flow to the endless sea. Several seniors, if anyone here dares to harbor improper intentions towards my woman again, they won't simply be sent flying. Yang Kai stepped forward and glared at the other ancient Cloud Island masters coldly. Through his violently chattering teeth, Han Chao somehow managed to regain his senses and hurriedly said, "We understand." At the same time, the doubts in his heart became even more intense. This seemingly ordinary youth had actually declared that this woman who was both a stunning beauty and a top-level powerhouse was actually his woman, and the other party didn't make any attempt to deny it. What exactly was this situation? Quietly stealing a peek at Shan Qingluo, Han Chao discovered to his amazement that she was actually beaming with happiness. If this old Han may ask, for what reason has your excellency come to my ancient Cloud Island? Han Chao pushed down his fear as best he could and asked. This youth had already quietly lingered on ancient Cloud Island for 6 months, and had only revealed his true identity now. What was he planning? What did ancient Cloud Island possess that could attract such great characters? The other elders were also quite perturbed and extremely worried about Yang Kai's purpose here. They were so nervous that they didn't even have the courage to rescue currently drowning Gu Feng from the sea. After suffering some serious injuries, I simply ended up on ancient Cloud Island by coincidence. So Elder Han can rest assured I have no ill intentions here. Yang Kai replied, hesitating for a moment before continuing. And, well, now that things have developed to this point, I need to see Li Yuan-chun. Who among you can help me send him a message? Li Yuan-chun? Han Chao knit his brow for a moment before calling out in surprise. Supreme Solitary Sect's Senior Li? And he should have already returned to Supreme Solitary Sect. Or had he not? Yang Kai asked. 1 month after the end of the war, when no trace of you could be found, Li Yuan-chun and the others from the Endless Sea Islands left the central capital. Shan Qingluo replied softly. And good. Yang Kai nodded slightly and turned his eyes towards Han Chao. Han Chao quickly wiped the sweat from his forehead and nervously said, Your Excellency, please forgive this Han's disrespect, but without even knowing your true identity, how are we to get Senior Li to meet with you? What's more, Supreme Solitary Sect is the greatest force in the Endless Sea Islands, as is not somewhere any of us can enter freely, and amongst all the members of Supreme Solitary Sect, Senior Li had the highest of ranks. I'm afraid it would be difficult for anyone from Ancient Cloud Island to even be granted an audience with Senior Li. If Your Excellency already has a relationship with Senior Li, why not go to Supreme Solitary Sect in person? Although he was speaking politely, his intent to send Yang Kai away as quickly as possible was obvious. Just tell him that Yang Kai wants to see him. Whether he decides to come or not is his business. Not leaving yet? Shan Qingluo glanced at him and narrowed her eyes ever so slightly. Yes, right away. Han Chao broke into a sprint before leaping into the air and soaring off towards Supreme Solitary Sect. The sense of oppression he received here was too strong, and everything that was being said was far beyond Han Chao's ability to understand, so given the option to flee, he naturally took it. Speeding along, the cold wind blowing against him made Han Chao realize just how soaked with sweat his clothes were. After Han Chao left, the remaining elders all quickly exchanged glances with one another, one of the more eloquent ones soon stepping forward. "Before Elder Han returns, perhaps your excellency would like to rest a while in the main temple hall? It will give us an opportunity to fulfill our responsibilities as hosts." Yang Kai nodded gently. "Please lead the way." Yang Kai sat at the head of the table with Shan Qing Luo and Bai Luo standing behind him next to each other, like a pair of maidservants, adding a rich, colorful scenery to the refreshments plated before them. The elders of ancient Cloud Island all sat nervously as they did their best to show respect for this mysterious young man. The real maids offered fragrant tea and various delicacies while the elders sent out various greetings and regards. Unfortunately, Yang Kai only replied briefly to their overtures before once again becoming silent, causing the entire hall to be filled with a strange atmosphere. The awkward silence caused all of the elders here to feel a great sense of pressure, each of them unconsciously glancing towards the door or spreading out their divine sense as they prayed Han Chao would return quickly. After waiting for 2 hours' thought, Han Chao had still not appeared. The several elders in the hall felt like they were sitting on pins and needles, the palms of their hands wet with sweat, yet they continued to steel themselves and wait. Outside the temple hall, Gu Feng glanced around nervously, a complex expression adorning his face, one that contained fear, hesitance, and regret. Earlier, he had made an impertinent move towards Shan Qing Luo only to end up being knocked away like an annoying fly, almost falling into a stupor on the spot and drowning in the endless sea. After struggling back to ancient Cloud Island, Gu Feng quickly learned that the young woman who had sent him flying was now a guest in his own sect's main hall. Unable to guess her true identity or background, Gu Feng didn't dare to go in, causing him to feel a great deal of anxiety, secretly cursing himself for having eyes that failed to see, actually daring to make a move against such a woman. A short time later, Gu Feng suddenly felt 2 auras rapidly approaching. Raising his head, he quickly spotted Han Chao and Li Yuanchun of Supreme Solitary Sect. Gu Feng was immediately overjoyed, a look of worship and respect flashing across his face. But before he could even offer greetings to Li Yuanchun, the latter roared angrily towards him. "Gu Feng, you have some guts." "Ah!" Gu Feng was dumbfounded. He didn't understand why the respected senior Li, a grand elder of Supreme Solitary Sect, would suddenly scold him. In the blink of an eye, Li Yuanchun landed in front of him, lifted his hand and slapped Gu Feng across his face, stunning the latter as his face began to swell up. "Humph, this is just a small lesson," Li Yuanchun said coldly. "As for how you'll be dealt with, that will all depend on the young lord's mood. You better pray that you can live to see the sunrise tomorrow." "Senior Li." Gu Feng touched his swollen cheek and looked at Li Yuanchun in shock. In his mind, since Li Yuanchun had come to ancient Cloud Island, naturally he would stand on his side. After all, everyone was a resident of the Endless Sea Islands. With Li Yuanchun here to manage the situation, that enchantress shouldn't be able to make any waves. However, the first thing Li Yuanchun did upon arrival was curse and beat him. This was all too much for Gu Feng to take in at once. Even if treated like this though, Gu Feng didn't dare show any grief, because in the Endless Sea Islands, Supreme Solitary Sect was the one true overlord. Their 3 above Immortal Ascension boundary masters were all legendary characters who dominated over all other cultivators. It was difficult for ordinary people to even catch a glimpse of these supreme characters, so Li Yuanchun now taking the initiative to set foot on ancient Cloud Island was already giving Gu Feng a great deal of face. Han Chao silently watched this seemingly funny scene, but he couldn't bring himself to smile, his heart still pounding furiously. Just now when he had gone to Supreme Solitary Sect to seek out Li Yuanchun, as he had expected, he was stopped outside the main entrance and told by the disciples on guard duty he could not go in. Out of desperation, Han Chao could only force his way in, and as a result was captured by Supreme Solitary Sect's elite protectors. However, the noise he stirred up caught the attention of the elders of Supreme Solitary Sect, and when Han Chao explained why he was there and who had sent him, he was immediately released and several of the elders hurriedly left to inform Li Yuanchun. Among the group from the Endless Sea Islands who traveled to the central capital, there was no one from ancient Cloud Island, because their hallowed treasure, the Broken Moon transformation art, had already been found, so there was naturally no reason for them to send out an envoy. But that was not the case for Supreme Solitary Sect. The people of ancient Cloud Island were unclear about the identity of Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo, but those from Supreme Solitary Sect knew them well. After Li Yuanchun heard that Yang Kai had come, he immediately set out for ancient Cloud Island, unceasingly reprimanding Han Chao along the way to the point of near incoherence, cursing him for not making things clear the moment he arrived and delaying this important matter. Seeing Li Yuanchun's incredibly intense reaction, Han Chao realized just how unusual the identities of Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo were. At this moment, Li Yuanchun had even slapped ancient Cloud Island's island lord, showing just how much importance the former placed on this young man and woman. Just how profound was their background that even Senior Li had to treat them so seriously. "Follow this old master inside, you useless thing," Li Yuanchun shouted angrily as he walked towards the temple. Gu Feng rubbed his cheek but didn't say a word, simply following behind Li Yuanchun while choking down the distress in his heart. Han Chao also took a deep breath and followed. Inside the hall, everyone had heard the commotion outside, and although some of ancient Cloud Island elders had ugly expressions, the one who had hit their island lord was none other than Li Yuanchun, so they naturally held their tongues. Glancing over at Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo again, their expression inadvertently became more dignified and respectful. On the other hand, Yang Kai grinned helplessly. Li Yuanchun scolding Gu Feng so furiously was obviously his way of venting grievances for Yang Kai, but also his way of protecting Gu Feng. Because Li Yuanchun understood Yang Kai's personality well, he knew that if he didn't handle things well here, ancient Cloud Island might very well be destroyed. Although being slapped would make one lose face, it was far better than being killed. Yang Kai shook his head and felt that Li Yuanchun was being too sensitive. He didn't really care about such trivial matters. A hearty laughter came from entranceway as Li Yuanchun walked into the hall, and after seeing Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo, he couldn't help smiling happily. It really is young Master Yang. This old master knew that with young Master Yang's heaven-defying methods it was impossible that you'd die young. Now seeing young Master Yang alive and well, this old master can feel at ease. "Many thanks for Senior Li's concern. I was fortunate enough to escape with my life." Yang Kai stood up and greeted. "Ms. Shan." Li Yuanchun turned to Shanqing Luo and cupped his fists. "Senior Li is too polite." Shanqing Luo elegantly returned the gesture. Seeing Yang Kai and Li Yuanchun interact as if they were two old friends, the elders of ancient Cloud Island all wore strange expressions. Li Yuanchun's identity in the Endless Sea Islands was highly respected. Even if it was a character like Gu Feng who was meeting him, he would have to do so with the utmost respect. But this young man was actually speaking to him on equal terms. Just who was this youth and what was his background? Everyone desperately wanted to know. "You group of bastards with blind dog eyes." Li Yuanchun suddenly wore an angry expression as he yelled at everyone else in the hall. "Do you know who this young lord is? Please enlighten us." "Senior Li," everyone respectfully asked. "This is the young lord of the Central Capital's Yang family, the current Yang family patriarch." "Central Capital Yang family?" An exclamation sounded as everyone turned shocked gazes towards Yang Kai. "Your ancient Cloud Islands people did not participate in the recent excursion to the inland region, so you don't understand the details of the Great Han Dynasty. So this old master won't blame you for being slightly ignorant. But you should have at least heard about the phenomenal genius of the Central Capital's Yang family. And that person is the young lord in front of you now." Li Yuanchun smiled strangely. The leader of a super force that commands more than 20 above Immortal Ascension boundary masters was actually made into a janitor disciple responsible for taking care of peacocks. Just how noble are these peacocks that they can actually be tended to by young Master Yang? "Han Chao, do you understand the weight of your crime?" Han Chao leaked cold sweat from every pore on his body and quickly stepped forward, shivering as he tried to explain. "Senior Li, I did not know that young Master Yang had such an exalted status. I thought he was just an ordinary fisherman." "You thought?" Li Yuanchun sneered. "Such short-sightedness." "Senior Li, please calm your anger," Han Chao said as a look of pain flashed across his face, slumping his shoulders as he said, "This Han will immediately go and kill those peacocks." "That won't be necessary." Yang Kai shook his head faintly. I intentionally hid my name and status in order to live in peace these past 6 months. Elder Han has not committed any mistake. Many thanks, young Master Yang. Many thanks. Han Chao shouted gratefully. Although these peacocks were indeed not precious, they were as important to Han Chao as his own life, so he really could not bear to kill them. Hearing Yang Kai speak to maintain them naturally earned his gratitude. Since young Master Yang has said so, then I will not investigate the matter any further. Gu Feng, get over here. Li Yuanchun turned his head and glared at the island lord of ancient Cloud Island. Junior Gu Feng knows his crime. Gu Feng did not wait for Li Yuanchun to berate him and took the initiative to admit his mistake. Whatever punishment Senior Li deems necessary, this junior will utter no complaints. As he spoke, he shot a glance over at Shan Qing Luo, trembling lightly before quickly averting his eyes. Damn bastard! Li Yuanchun shouted. Do you think a few insincere words can put an end to this? Nonsense. A solemn island lord daring to spout such a line. Good. If that's how you really feel, then as long as young Master Yang gives the word, this old master will personally send you on your way to the next life. Gu Feng trembled violently at this threat, but didn't dare utter any more words. Senior Li, such minor matters don't need to be pursued. Yang Kai waved his hand, not wanting to make things too embarrassing. In the end, it was he who had hidden himself and idled around ancient Cloud Island for half a year. And although Gu Feng had eyes but failed to see, it hadn't reached the level where Yang Kai thought any further punishment was warranted. Li Yuanchun wore a hesitant look for a moment before nodding gently. Since young Master Yang says so, then let big things become small and small things become nothing. Gu Feng also hurriedly said, Many thanks, young Master Yang, for showing mercy. Yang Kai nodded casually, no longer dwelling on the subject, instead looking at Li Yuanchun and saying, Senior Li should understand why I summoned you today, correct? Li Yuanchun smiled happily and nodded quickly. Indeed. When this old master heard that young Master Yang had come to my endless sea islands, I already guessed what your intentions were. Young Master Yang has a truly just and upright character. On behalf of all the endless sea islands' great sects, this old master deeply thanks young Master Yang. Senior Li is too polite, since I said before that after we weathered the difficulties, I would return everything. I will naturally keep my word. Li Yuanchun's face filled with joy as he laughed heartily. Then the old master must ask young Master Yang to wait here a moment. Before coming here, this old master sent out his disciples to contact the other endless sea islands' great forces. Within less than half a day, I assure young Master Yang they will arrive here. No hurry. Yang Kai smiled slightly. After resolving the previous little grievances, the atmosphere in the hall became far more relaxed. The elders of ancient Cloud Island also realized the terrifying power Yang Kai wielded, and no longer dared to belittle him in any way, throwing a great banquet for him where they repeatedly toasted him. Yang Kai did not refuse and let loose, filling himself with good food and drink. Soon, everyone found that this Yang family young lord didn't have the arrogance a youth of his age and status normally possessed, and as long as you treated him respectfully, he would reciprocate in kind. This discovery greatly pleased everyone present, as all of them hoped to build a good relationship with Yang Kai. Drinks were poured, toasts were made, and festivities ensued. Even Shan Qing Luo and Bai Luo joined in on the fun, and after drinking a few glasses of wine, the beguiling demon queen's face took on a slight intoxicated blush, making her even radiant and enchanting that caused everyone present to be unable to look directly into her eyes. After 3 rounds of wine, envoys from all of the endless sea islands' great sects finally arrived. Azura sects Yifang, Falling Blossom Temples Hua Duan Hun, Scarlet Tradition sects Su Qian Shi, Cloud Dragon Island, Gemini Island. One by one they gathered on ancient Cloud Island, all of them renowned elites of the endless sea islands, most of whom had been part of the original excursion to the central capital. Gu Feng quickly noticed that all of these famous figures, each of whom shook the endless sea islands when they stomped, showed incredibly respectful faces towards Yang Kai. Witnessing this, he felt both fear and relief as the last remnants of dissatisfaction in his heart vanishing into thin air. In the Endless Sea Islands, every one of these individuals had comparable status to Gu Feng. Some of them were even more powerful and respected, yet all of them acted politely in front of this young Master Yang, so naturally Gu Feng had no reason to feel ashamed. After conversing for a while, Gu Feng learned that ancient Cloud Island being able to find the Broken Moon transformation art was also thanks to Yang Kai, greatly improving Gu Feng's impression towards the latter. The sect's hallowed treasure, its most precious secret art, lost over 300 years ago, was returned to them by Yang Kai. This was nothing less than a giant favor being gifted to ancient Cloud Island. Yang Kai proceeded to take out one hallowed treasure after another: Supreme Solitary Sect's Supreme Solitary Seal, Falling Blossom Temple's Thousand Blossoming Blood Begonia, Azura Sect's Azura Sword, Tradition Sect's Sect Master's Token, Cloud Dragon Island's Cloud Dragon Pendant, Gemini Island's Reincarnation Chart. As these hallowed treasures appeared, the audience's breathing suddenly sped up, and as they stared in excitement, Yang Kai didn't say anything and simply returned these things to their respective owners. The Azura Sword and Thousand Blossoming Blood Begonia were refined once by me, while everything else I have left untouched since obtaining them. If any of you do not feel at ease, feel free to examine them. Yang Kai smiled and glanced around the crowd. No need. With young Master Yang's word, why would we not feel at ease? Li Yuanchun laughed. Although these things were precious to them, their grades weren't too high, so they likely couldn't even enter Yang Kai's eyes. About this point, Li Yuanchun was quite confident. Everyone else also said that they did not need to inspect their hallowed treasure, completely assured of Yang Kai's trustworthiness. After receiving their respective hallowed treasures which had been lost for more than 300 years, everyone bowed politely and offered their sincere thanks to Yang Kai. Young Master Yang, all of our Endless Sea Island's great sects are indebted to your generosity. If you have any need of us in the future, do not hesitate to inform us, and we will do anything within our power to render you aid, Li Yuanchun said sincerely. Not only was he truly thanking Yang Kai for returning the Endless Sea Island's hallowed treasures, he was also making such a declaration because of Yang Kai's immense potential. Although the Endless Sea Islands had little contact with the inland families and sects, being able to form a friendship with Yang Kai would only have benefits. If such a time really comes, I won't be polite. Yang Kai laughed. Very good. Since our business is complete, I will take my leave, Yang Kai said succinctly and stood up, preparing to leave. Li Yuanchun was surprised and hurriedly said, Young Master Yang, must you leave so soon? This old master also wanted to invite young Master Yang to go to Supreme Solitary Sect for a few days. I appreciate Senior Li's kind invitation, but since the end of the war, I have not yet returned to the central capital, so I should not delay any further. Is that so? Li Yuanchun showed a look of regret. Then this old master will not insist. I will see you off today. If young Master Yang has a chance in the future to visit the Endless Sea Islands, please make sure to visit my Supreme Solitary Sect. Yang Kai nodded casually. As a large group of people, headed by Yang Kai, exited the temple, the surrounding disciples of ancient Cloud Island all glanced around at each other and whispered, wondering just what had transpired to actually attract so many powerhouses. When these disciples noticed Yang Kai standing at the front of the crowd, like a bright moon surrounded by stars, all of them couldn't help wearing strange expressions. No small number of them had met Yang Kai before, as the latter was often taking care of Elder Han Chao's precious peacocks. So they were deeply confused about how this trial disciple had suddenly become an honored guest of all the Endless Sea Island's great forces. Moreover, from the looks on these great people's faces, they were actually quite polite and respectful towards Yang Kai, smiling and laughing as they accompanied him. Not far away, a young girl with a slightly freckled face stared at this scene in utter confusion. After she noticed the commotion here, she ran over to see what all the excitement was about, but upon arriving, she immediately became dumbstruck. Right before her eyes, she watched the junior brother who had been together with her for the past half a year, now calmly talking and laughing with a crowd of famous masters from the Endless Sea Islands. On top of that, he seemed perfectly at ease in this situation, chatting casually with these powerhouses as he calmly strolled forward. The young girl shook her head and rubbed her eyes a few times, but the scene in front of her did not change. When this group of people approached the place she was standing, the young girl rushed out of the crowd, blocked their path, and stared at Yang Kai. Li Yuanchun's brow furrowed slightly, not know what this young female disciple of ancient Cloud Island had rushed out to do. Glancing over at Gu Feng somewhat accusingly, Gu Feng reacted quickly, loudly shouting, "Do not block the path! Make way!" Zhong Miao, however, was in a daze, unable to understand the current situation, and with the island lord suddenly reprimanding her, she only became more confused, tuning to look at Yang Kai, her tender body shivering as she muttered, "Junior brother, this is... what happened? How? Why are you..." For quite a while, she fumbled for the right words but could never quite figure out what to say. Shan Qing Luo smiled charmingly as she glanced over at Yang Kai calmly, secretly wondering how he would handle the situation. "Impudence!" Gu Feng angrily roared. Before, when they were unaware of Yang Kai's true identity, they had regarded this central capital's Yang family patriarch as an ordinary mortal and had reluctantly registered him as a trial disciple in charge of tending to Han Chao's peacocks. This was a grave error on the part of ancient Cloud Island. Now that they knew Yang Kai's true identity and status, Gu Feng was anxiously waiting for the moment he left in order to eliminate all information regarding his time on ancient Cloud Island, so as not to avoid becoming a laughingstock in the eyes of the other Endless Sea Island sects. But at this critical moment, Zhong Miao had actually dared to block their path and call Yang Kai junior brother. How could this be covered up now? Someone, quickly capture this girl and feed her into the blue flame cave, Gu Feng shouted ruthlessly. Hearing these words, Zhong Miao's knees became soft and nearly fell to the ground. Blue Flame Cave was a volcanic pit which burned all year round. Even Immortal Ascension boundary masters found it difficult to survive there. So once a disciple like her was tossed inside it, she would likely be burned to death within 3 days. Never had she imagined that this unintentional move of hers would so greatly infuriate the island lord, even causing him to severely punish her. The young girl's heart was suddenly consumed with fear and sorrow. 2 disciplinary hall disciples from ancient Cloud Island quickly walked over and grabbed Zhong Miao. Some of the disciples in the crowd who used to look down on Zhong Miao and bully her wore expressions of taking pleasure in others' misfortune at this moment. If not for that random opportunity several years ago, Zhong Miao would still be nothing but a low-level common disciple. But because of the letter that Yang Kai gave her, she had made a great contribution to the sect and was instantly promoted to the rank of elite disciple. This had aroused a great deal of jealousy, and many people felt that with her aptitude and talent, she was not worthy of being an elite disciple. Now that she had encountered such a disaster, there were naturally some who were happy in their hearts. Yang Kai of course observed all of this and felt quite disgruntled. Over the past 6 months, Zhong Miao had given him a very good impression. This young miss was kind-hearted and didn't like stirring up trouble. Aside from diligently cultivating, she preferred to spend her time tending peacocks in a remote corner of ancient Cloud Island. Although it was true her aptitude and talent weren't anything special, she was far more diligent and hard-working than others her age. Even though Yang Kai felt some anger in his heart, in another's domain, it wasn't a good idea for him to suddenly lash out. So instead he pushed down his more impulsive thoughts and quickly said, "Island Lord Gu, please wait a moment. She and I truly knew each other as junior brother and senior sister. So her calling me so is not wrong. There's no need to punish her." Gu Feng suddenly looked slightly awkward and hurriedly cupped his fists. "Young Master Yang surely jests. Before, my ancient Cloud Island had eyes but failed to see. But now that we are aware of young Master Yang's true identity, how could we dare think of you as an ancient Cloud Island disciple? But since young Master Yang has spoken so, we will let this matter drop." Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. Gu Feng was not an idiot, so although Yang Kai had only spoken a single sentence, he could easily see that the latter's intended to shelter Zhong Miao. "Senior sister, come over here," Yang Kai said with a warm, friendly smile on his face, beckoning to Zhong Miao lightly. Zhong Miao's pair of limpid eyes teared up slightly, a tinge of fear still apparent on her pretty face as she was summoned by Yang Kai, but after hesitating for a moment she obediently walked over. Looking around at all the famous masters surround them, she couldn't help shrinking her neck and shuffling closer to Yang Kai in attempt to find shelter, whispering quietly, What's happening? There's no need to be afraid, senior sister, Yang Kai said comfortingly before turning to Li Yuan-chun. Senior Li, this is the senior sister who I lived with for the past 6 months. Oh, Li Yuan-chun's brow rose slightly, a slightly ambiguous look flashing across his face. Yang Kai quickly continued, it's not what you think. Half a year ago, during the war, I was heavily injured and cast adrift in the nearby sea and was rescued by senior sister. As such, I owe senior sister a life-saving grace. Li Yuan-chun was stunned, not having expected that this seemingly ordinary girl was actually Yang Kai's savior. Turning to look at Zhong Miao again, this time with an expression filled with gratefulness, he nodded and said, not only is she young Master Yang's savior, she is also the benefactor of all my endless sea islands' great sects. Good. Yifang nodded as well. If not for Zhong Miao rescuing Yang Kai, they would likely never have seen their sect's long-lost hallowed treasures again. This little girl has done all of us a great favor. Hua Duanhun giggled happily, her tender body swaying gently as she walked over to her and asked, young miss, what is your name? Zhong Miao. A good name, Hua Duanhun praised liberally, not having thought that this seemingly ordinary girl would have such a pleasant-sounding name. Are you willing to come to my Falling Blossom Temple? As long as you nod, I can confer you the title of Falling Blossom Saint. Ah! Zhong Miao was stunned and stared at Hua Duanhun in shock. Falling Blossom Temple had 4 Falling Blossom Saints, each of whom had an incredibly lofty identity, second only to the religion master in status. Several years ago, one of the Falling Blossom Saints accidentally fell, and the position had remained unfilled until now. Countless Falling Blossom Temple disciples had done everything within their power to snatch this position for themselves, but no one had managed to succeed. Yet today, Hua Duanhun had actually offered up such a rich condition to Zhong Miao simply to attract her to join Falling Blossom Temple. The elders from Cloud Dragon Island and Gemini Island also made similar invitations. In an instant, elders from more than 5 major sects all extended olive branches to Zhong Miao, their eyes flashing with hope and anxiety, as if this ordinary young girl in front of them had suddenly transformed into a peerless talent. All of these sects flung open their doors to her at this moment. Zhong Miao was dumbfounded, while the disciples of ancient Cloud Island who had just been sneering at her misfortune had their moods flipped and became filled with envy and jealousy. Why was this unremarkable disciple being so vigorously courted by all of these sects? Island Lord, Han Chao quietly whispered to Gu Feng, silently hinting with his eyes. Gu Feng immediately understood and quickly composed himself, wearing a cold expression as he shouted, several friends, do you not think this is somewhat inappropriate? Zhong Miao is my ancient Cloud Island's discipline, trying to snatch my sect's disciple right in front of me. Do you think that you can just ignore this Gu Feng? Hee hee. Hua Duanhun tittered charmingly as she quipped back in a teasing tone. Does Island Lord Gu really mean that? Weren't you just about to toss this little girl into the blue flame cave? Since you don't seem to care whether she lives or dies, then you might as well be accommodating and her to follow me back to Falling Blossom Temple. I'll make sure she is cultivated properly, so as not to ruin her bright future. Island Lord Gu should be generous in this regard, Su Qianhao said with a big bring. No, as long as she lives, Zhong Miao will be a disciple of my ancient Cloud Island. And when she dies, even when she dies, her ghost will belong to ancient Cloud Island. No one may take her away. Gu Feng swung his head like a rattle and refused to compromise. At this moment, he could also see that Zhong Miao had a fair amount of weight in Yang Kai's mind. Grasping Zhong Miao would almost be equivalent to grasping Yang Kai's friendship. We should allow this little girl to express her own thoughts, Island Lord Gu. Just because she is a disciple of your ancient Cloud Island, that does not give you the right to decide her future for her. Hua Duanhun objected with a light snort, turning a gentle look towards Zhong Miao and softly saying, little girl, don't be afraid. Tell us which sect you'd like to enter. You can rest assured that whichever one you choose, no one here will embarrass you. Good. We will all respect your decision. Yifang nodded firmly while the others all expressed their agreement. By now, Zhong Miao was completely flustered, lowering her head awkwardly as she shivered timidly. not daring to answer. All she could do was lean closer to Yang Kai, seemingly seeking for some sense of safety. She had spent most of her life taking care of peacocks in a remote corner of ancient Cloud Island while quietly cultivating on her own. Where would she have ever encountered such a major event? Obviously, it was taking her some time to adapt, especially in the face of all these sects extending her invitations. Zhong Miao really didn't know what she should do or who she should choose. "There's no need to struggle," Li Yuanchun said suddenly in a dignified voice. "This old master has been looking for a direct disciple these past few years, but unfortunately there has never been a suitable candidate. Today, though, I have finally met one, so none of you should think of robbing her from this old master." "Senior." Gu Feng and the others were dumbfounded, all of them turning to stare at Li Yuanchun in shock. Listening to Li Yuanchun's words, it was as if he was intending to make Zhong Miao his personal disciple. This was a big deal, a massive deal. Supreme Solitary Sects 3 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were essentially ancestor-level characters to all the Endless Sea Islands, and 2 of them already had their own direct disciples. Only Li Yuanchun did not. It was well known that these years he had indeed been seeking for such a disciple, but unfortunately a candidate able to enter his eyes had not yet appeared in the Endless Sea Islands. But today, unexpectedly, Zhong Miao was suddenly given this chance. And this old master wants to accept her as his direct disciple. Li Yuanchun gently nodded. When this sentence came out, not only were the eyes of the other disciples of ancient Cloud Island red with envy, even Gu Feng and the other elders present couldn't help staring at Zhong Miao jealously. With an above Immortal Ascension boundary as her master, all of them could see just how bright and broad Zhong Miao's future would be. "Little girl, are you willing to become this old master's disciple?" Li Yuanchun kindly asked Zhong Miao. Zhong Miao's face flushed bright red and was clearly extremely excited. But suddenly remembering something, she took a deep breath and tried to calm herself, replying haltingly, "But this junior is already a disciple of ancient Cloud Island." "Gu Feng." Li Yuanchun turned to look at Gu Feng and said with a cold grin, "This old master wants to accept her as a disciple. Do you have any opinion?" Gu Feng quickly waved his hands. "Junior doesn't dare. Senior Li wanting to accept her as a disciple is her blessing. How could this Gu Feng have any objections?" Saying so, he turned to Zhong Miao and hurriedly said, "As of this moment, you are no longer a disciple of ancient Cloud Island. From now on you must follow Senior Li faithfully and not bring shame upon your master. Do you understand? Disciple will take Island Lord's words to heart." Zhong Miao nodded her head seriously. Li Yuanchun laughed heartily. When these people rushed to recruit Zhong Miao, Yang Kai had stood back and quietly watched. When the dust settled, he finally stepped forward and said, "Senior sister, congratulations for meeting your master. Junior brother will give you a little gift to mark the occasion." "There's no need." Zhong Miao quickly waved her hands. "Since young Master Yang wishes to give you a gift, you must accept it or young Master Yang will lose face." Li Yuanchun quickly interjects, afraid that Zhong Miao would really refuse. Yang Kai smiled slightly, took out a small jade pot and handed it to Zhong Miao, gently saying, "Take 1 drop of this every day from now on until it is finished, and make sure to have Senior Li hold on to it when you are not using it. Consider this my thank you for rescuing my life." N. Zhong Miao held the small jade pot in her hand and stared at it somewhat curiously, wondering what exactly it was and why when Yang Kai gave it to her he had spoken so seriously. However, when she looked up, Zhong Miao was once again shocked as she saw a great many of the elder-level characters around her staring greedily at the small pot in her hands, as if they were seeing some kind of otherworldly treasure. "Young Master Yang can rest assured, since you've delivered this gift to my disciple. This old master can guarantee that no one besides her will have a chance to use it," Li Yuanchun declared solemnly. "And very good." Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. Li Yuanchun's behavior at this moment made him feel quite relieved. Declaring so in front of so many people had clearly indicated his position. "And you all remain here. This junior will take his leave." Yang Kai cupped his fists and then nodded to Shanqing Luo and Bai Luo gently, the 3 of them lifting off into the air and shooting away like lightning. Staring at his fading back, and remembering everything that had transpired in the central capital, Many of the endless sea islands' powerhouses sighed lightly. Senior. Who exactly is my junior brother? Zhong Miao's eyes were still slightly blurred. Until now she hadn't understood why the junior brother who she had lived with for half a year had suddenly become a character who needed to be respectfully greeted by all the endless sea islands' masters. Still calling me senior? Li Yuanchun stroked his beard gently and grinned. Master, Zhong Miao replied, slightly embarrassed. Good, your junior brother is actually the head of the central capital 8 great families, the Yang family's current patriarch. Half a year ago, under his leadership, the central capital successfully resisted the invasion of the ash-gray cloud evil land and wiped out their vile forces. Is he so fierce? Zhong Miao wasn't very experienced, so upon listening to Li Yuanchun's story, she only made a small exclamation. Right? Gu Feng suddenly inserted a sentence. You and him seem to share a great deal of fate. A few years ago, it was he who inserted the dagger and letter into your door that told us of the Broken Moon transformation art's location. Then, 6 months ago you actually saved him from the sea. Perhaps this is a cycle of karma. Ah! Zhong Miao's elegant face changed dramatically as she called out in shock. It was him. Indeed. Didn't he tell you? Gu Feng asked strangely. Zhong Miao nearly broke out into tears, her shoulders trembling lightly as she stared towards the direction Yang Kai had disappeared, her heart filling with a huge sense of loss. Flying forward swiftly, the surrounding scenery quickly whizzed past. Yang Kai, Shanqing Luo, and Bai Luo, a group of 3 people, rapidly flew towards the central capital. Behind Yang Kai, looking at his broad back, Shanqing Luo's eyes became slightly blurred and her breath gradually became hot. Noticing this abnormality, Bai Luo quickly stepped forward and gripped her hand. Shanqing Luo slowly shook her head and signaled that she was fine, averting her eyes and not daring to focus on Yang Kai anymore. However, in her heart she was slightly surprised. This little man was only an Immortal Ascension Boundary 6th-stage cultivator, yet his speed was actually faster than hers. The purity and density of his true qi also seemed to be superior to her own. Shanqing Luo didn't feel upset though, instead just somewhat proud. And so the trio flew forward for 3 days in relative silence. Suddenly, Shanqing Luo and Bai Luo, who were following behind Yang Kai, stopped. Perceiving this, Yang Kai also paused and turned around to ask, What's wrong? Shanqing Luo breathing a long sigh and said, We'll separate here. You are going back to the central capital, but I am the beguiling demon queen, one of the last remaining remnants of the ash-gray cloud evil land. Naturally, I should head back to Fragrance City instead. Yang Kai frowned slightly and said, The ash-gray cloud evil land is no more. Why bother yourself over such minor issues? No one there will embarrass you. But Shanqing Luo shook her head firmly. Yang Kai hesitated for a while before finally relenting. In that case, I won't insist. Good, when I finish arranging things in the central capital, I will come to see you so we can resolve the issues between us once and for all. I'll be waiting for you. Shanqing Luo smiled and nodded. Yang Kai returned the gesture before quickly turning around and leaving. Shortly after Yang Kai disappeared across the horizon, Bai Luo sighed faintly. Mistress, is this really all right? Of course this is all right, as long as he's fine it's all right. But the sentiment planted in your heart? Bai Luo's eyes instantly turned red. Can you still suppress it now? Once you can't suppress it, you'll be seeking death. He clearly doesn't care one bit about you, so why are you still so concerned with him? You should just release your inhibitions and take his life and ends all this trouble. Bai Luo! Shanqing Luo shouted, panting for breath as her face flushed red. Don't say that. The fate of my poison widow body's lineage should end with me instead of being passed down from generation to generation. Otherwise, I will be forcing my daughter to suffer from this kind of pain as well, this tragic curse. Bai Luo's tears streamed down her cheeks as she stared at Shanqing Luo in grief, her heart filled with extreme hatred towards Yang Kai.